Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance for the combined Pine-Richland School Board meeting, January 10th, 2022. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Ms. Williams.
Mr. DiTullio?
Here.
Mrs. Turchek? Here. Mr. Kashani?
Here.
Mrs. Brusalis?
Here.
Mr. Cassidy?
Here.
Mrs. Hillman?
Here.
Mr. Lyons?
Here.
Dr. Mihalik?
Here.
Dr. Meyer?
Here.
Thank you.
Before we get into the meeting, a couple statements. Number one, we got a number of correspondence about this. There are two items on the agenda today in section 10 that were tabled items from a previous meeting. The reason those items are there is because they were tabled, so they go to board business. Those items are in table. They are not currently up for discussion. So this is a Robert's Rules procedural thing that our solicitor would probably love to spend hours telling you about, but I'm going to try to just give you a Cliff Notes version. The reason those are there is they get read if there is board action. It would be a motion to remove from table. There would be no discussion. It would be voted on yay or nay to remove from table. If it's removed from table, then it goes into the typical scenarios that you would find for that motion to begin with. If it is not removed from table, that item goes away from this agenda, if you will, and can be brought back up at another time, another meeting, as an agenda item. If it is brought out of table, all of the options available during a regular meeting, including retabling, are open. It could be discussed, passed yes or no, and or tabled again. So that, just as a point of clarification, that's why those items are there. There are two of them that we will get to in section 10. Also, just to make everyone aware, again, we are currently under the current board approved health and safety plan, which does require masking at all indoor facilities. I will ask that everyone who can respect that, please do so. But also, I would also ask that the audience who sees anyone who is not wearing a mask not make an assumption that that person can wear a mask. There are medical exceptions. It is not for myself. I'm not a doctor. I can't discern that. But we need to make sure that we don't point that out to people, because that can make some people feel uncomfortable as well. Also, I would like to thank the public who did not get a chance to speak at the last meeting. You will be moved to the front of this meeting as well. Again, before we get to our overall debt service profile, I do need to mention that the board met in executive session on January 5th, 2022 to discuss a litigation update involving Kasparovich v. Pine-Richland School District filed at the U.S. District Court for Western District of Pennsylvania, docket number CA 2.21-CV-1097, and also to discuss legal services. Today, prior to this meeting, the board met in executive session, again, January 10th, 2022, to discuss a memorandum of as it relates to the health and safety plan. Thank you. We will move to item 1.02 prior to anything else. Thank you.
Mrs. Kirk, do you want to do the intro?
Sure. So we have members from PNC Capital Markets, which is Tony the City, and Mr. Pastel from Dinsmore and Shoal. They are going to present a market update and a LIBOR transition update.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Thank you to the board for the opportunity this evening to present. And really broken this into a couple of overviews, one of the market, two of the district's indebtedness, especially for the newer board members, so they get a sense of what the finances of the district are currently, as well as the items that the district will have the opportunity to address this during this calendar year, relating to debt opportunities, as well as the transition to the LIBOR proxy rate that will be phased out in 2023. So with that being said, and as well, please do not hesitate to ask questions as we go. It's meant to be very interactive as needed. So from the market update beginning on page 3 and then following on page 4, it's really to show the district where markets are currently as they are different than they were this time last year when the district looked at some refinancing opportunities that were on the horizon. Long story short, rates are higher than they were this time last year, as evidenced on the chart on page 3. This represents taxable rates, which are really kind of the overall interest rate proxy for the markets. And you can see that we are up significantly from where we were last year. But one thing to keep in mind, we were coming off of historic low rates. So basically rates are still very, very favorable, but they are higher. The key rates here for the district would be on page 4 in terms of rate curves. That would track the tax exempt rate curves that the district has the ability to enjoy, being an exempt entity for the majority of their financings. And when you look at this, you can still see that on page 4, while there has been some increase in tax exempt rates, not just over the last year, over the last 6 months, over the last month, you can still see that based on that orange line, rates are significantly better than the 10-year average. So long story short there, tax exempt interest rates are still significantly low, not quite at the historical lows that we saw at the end of 2020, and we kind of got back to in mid to late 2021. They are still low, albeit up a little bit. And another gauge in health in the bond markets, fixed rate markets, is the investor demand. And what's shown on page 5 is really that investor inflow of money from investors looking for fixed income to park their investment funds. And you can recall the 2020 when the pandemic began, there was a significant outflow from fixed income. Basically an unprecedented withdrawal of money from fixed income. And that really was driven by fear, A, and B, in those periods of time, investors felt it was best to hold money in something much more liquid. So the short-term market thrived at that point in time, and therefore long-term fixed rate indebtedness, fixed rate assets became out of favor for a period of time. But remarkably, as shown on page 5, that didn't last very long. By June of 2020, inflows had started again and started significantly. And that kept the pace basically through the majority of 20. And what we saw through 2021 was a series of 12 consecutive months of positive cash inflows into the fixed income market. So long story short here on this schedule is really that healthy markets, healthy inflows into the market, demand for fixed income. However, it did start to wane a little bit towards the end of the year. And really what's driving that, and that connects us back to the last 2 schedules for pure interest rates, is all of the A talk and B action coming out of the Federal Reserve. The Fed's tapering of their purchasing of assets in the marketplace, as well as the scheduled short-term rate increases that have been accelerated from their original plan to occur in 2023 and 2024 to now begin this year, 2022, and possibly head into 2023. And that is really what has caused a little bit of a hiccup in the markets right now, rates increasing slightly, bond investors wanting to see exactly what direction rates are going to take, and they've hit pause, become a little more selective. However, they are still buying bonds. It is still a very liquid market from that perspective. So with that being said, moving into section 2, the overview of the district's debt portfolio. On page 7, While the print is very small, I apologize, but wanted, especially for the newer board members, to be able to capture the history of the district's indebtedness, their rating related to their indebtedness, and the positive trajectory that has taken over time. And to sum this page in a very short statement, the district is a very highly rated credit, enjoys a AA category rating, and not many school districts across the Commonwealth are in that same place. You're in an elite company, if you will, across the Commonwealth, having a natural AA category rating. And the district has many financial strengths that surround that rating, as detailed there on the right under the rationale from the rating agency Standard & Poor's. And a lot of that has to do with the fiscal management of the district that has occurred over this look-back period especially, and all of the policies that the district abides by going forward in their actions and how they approach their fiscal health. Pages 8, 9, and 10. Won't go through those line by line. Those are the district's outstanding bond issues right now in the marketplace that are constantly monitored for opportunity and basically tell a history of what they financed. And this is what we kind of collectively call our debt reference or a debt Bible, if you will, for all of the district's issues. And as you can see, there are a total of 12 outstanding currently, and the opportunities that are there are ones that we monitor over time, and 2 of them that we'll mention here this evening. Page 11 is really the financial, begins kind of the financial look at what all of that means. In essence, what you have here is your annual debt service in a graphical format, and you can see where the district's annual indebtedness is slightly over $8 million on an annual basis and has a final maturity in 2038, a very small maturity, and 2037 is really the last full year of annual debt service for the district under its current borrowing portfolio. Page 12, again, apologize for the smaller print, but to fit it all on one schedule, you can see the numerics associated with the graphical representation on page 11. And that really shows you how a lot of the district's indebtedness that has created the facilities on the overall campuses of the schools for the district, how everything has been financed, and how items will begin to mature over time. And again, by fiscal year 2038, all of the district's indebtedness, current indebtedness, will have been addressed and fully matured. And off to the right, just to make sure that folks understand, you have the way that the Commonwealth addresses and assists districts is through their reimbursement of eligible projects. And you'll see that there is gross debt service in the columns to the far right, and then you apply the state aid to the eligible issues, and that gets you to your net annual requirement of debt service and under PDE. So with that being said, in section 3, page 14, the eligible issue this year for current refunding and following the protocols that the district abides by in addressing refinancing opportunities is the series of 2017. That issue is up for its 5-year call period this year in 2022. And you can see current rates right now would generate positive savings to the district. And there are 2 ways to look at this right now. One is to maintain the current amortization schedule. That's shown under the light blue header there. And the district would take basically annual savings there, as well as a little bit of project savings up front due to the associated interest rate agreement that is layered on the 2017 issue. And from that perspective, approximately savings in the $300,000 range for over 4%, which again, a healthy refunding for the district. This is a very short issue. It will have a final maturity in 2027, July of 2027, which rolls into fiscal year 2028. And that's why you see that the debt service actually goes into 2028. If the district would like to pursue shortening that issue, as it has done with a significant number of refundings in the past, that would actually require addressing the interest rate agreement that's associated with the 17, and that would allow the district to shorten that final maturity, as it has done with some of its issuance in the past. But again, has that dynamic of having to address the interest rate agreement. But net, you're going to end up at about the same level of savings on that issue given prevailing market conditions. So again, something for the district to think about as we move forward in '22. The next page, 15, is something that's a little more pressing for the district, and that is a term rate that is coming due as of April 1st this year on the 2015A note. That the district does currently have. It's a bank note with PNC Bank, and that rate term was put in place in 2015. It had 7 years for the rate term itself, even though the note has a final maturity of July of 2031. And really what this looks at is a structure comparison of resetting that term rate on the bank side and maintaining it as a bank note, and that would be under the light blue header. And as you can see, again, nothing would change from an amortization perspective on the note. Everything would remain constant, and just your terms with the bank would be renewed and renegotiated with the bank. And there would be, this is where we'll blend this into the transition from LIBOR, because currently this note does have LIBOR-based pricing on it. And this reflects the transition rate that the bank is currently looking at, which is called BSBY, which is a Bloomberg-based proxy index that loans are priced off of. So going forward. And that's what this under the light blue header would look like. Under the right side in the darker blue columns, that would represent an actual refinancing of that note and converting it into fixed rate. This one has the district's other directly layered interest rate agreement, and under the dark blue header, this would require refinancing and addressing of that interest rate agreement as well. But this would convert that current banknote into a bond issue, a fixed rate bond issue, to mirror the district's other indebtedness. And again, you're going to end up at approximately the same economics as maintaining the rate as a banknote or converting it into a fixed rate bond issue. But as I said, this is one that we'll be working with Mrs. Kirk to ensure that this is addressed in a timely fashion, in a timely manner, and make sure that the best economic approach is taken by the district, and show all of the options for that. And again, we'll address this with Mr. Pastel as we talk about conversion and timing for this from the standpoint of that LIBOR will be going away. So with that being said, the last section is that LIBOR transition, what's happening in the markets. In summary, we've touched on this over the past couple of years, but every time we talk about it, that it's right over the dashboard. The folks in charge of moving LIBOR away from financings in the industry, they move the date and they keep pushing it out further. So now they've locked in on all their dates, and June of 2023 is the key date for the district to understand that's when all LIBOR tenors will go away. And currently the district, as we said, has the 2015A note and a couple of other interest rate agreements that are LIBOR based. So by 2023, everything has to either be concluded on LIBOR or move to another proxy rate, which would require some amendment to docs that the district currently has in their agreements. But again, what this timeline, this transition timeline shows is that as of December 31 of 2021, some of the shorter term LIBOR tenors have already been removed. A lot of banks across the country have already started to move their loans away from the LIBOR-based rates and into new acceptable proxy rates. But again, for the district, the key is addressing items that would come due prior to 2023 and then start approaching and thinking about how to address the June of 23 actual ceasing of LIBOR resets. And the last page, page 18, is just some summary notes for everybody to read through as to key items. I highlighted with a red outline on the left-hand side the key takeaways. Really, again, as I mentioned, it's the June 23 and the fact that no new items will be entered on a LIBOR basis going forward as of December of 21. So those are kind of the key dates. And on the right-hand side, on the bullet points, it's not that the existing legacy contracts will cease. Those contracts will stay in place. It's just a matter of amending to convert the inherent rate from LIBOR-based to the new proxy rate basis. And right now at the bottom, the two key rates that are being considered by the committees that seem to be really bubbling to the top, they have already kind of given their blessing to SOFR, which is the secured overnight financing rate, and BSBY is rising quickly, which that acronym stands for Bloomberg Short-Term Bank Yield Index, and that does have different lengths, different tenors to base loans and other interest rate agreements off of. So the good news is they've whittled it down now to some focused rates, and that again, the district does have time to address the LIBOR in terms of many of its agreements because of the 23 date, but one will need to be addressed here this year because of the rate term and it being on the bank side, and the bank's utilization of LIBOR has really ceased on the municipal side as of December of 21. So with that being said, I think it's a perfect time to allow Mr. Pastel to kind of address that 15A note and some of the items that need addressed there.
Yes, the 2015A note with PNC Bank has maturity of 2031. PNC Bank has the right to require Pine-Richland to repay that loan April 1, 2021. And again, under the existing documents, if they continue to hold it, they would have that same right at April 1, 2029. Going forward, PNC Bank apparently is willing to renew that, but not with the existing variable rate, which is based on LIBOR. They would require a BSBY. So the board will have to make some decisions as to which way to go. One is to negotiate with PNC Bank, come up with an acceptable modified variable rate, and put that into effect. And that can be either with or without also changing the rate on the swap. The problem is that the rate on the swap is not going to be BSBY because the swap market doesn't use BSBY at this point. So we have to decide whether to just leave the swap alone or to terminate the swap and instead do a fixed rate bond issue or a bank loan. The board is going to have to decide and give some guidance, and I'm thinking that February 7 or earlier would be the time to provide that guidance, but that's your next scheduled meeting. And depending on the pathway the board decides to take, we may need a special meeting later in February in order to take the required action in order to have it done and ready to go and close on April 1. Some of the pathways don't require all the time delays and preparation. Other pathways do require. For example, a bond issue is going to require, in addition to the adoption of a resolution in accordance with the Local Government Unit Debt Act, submission to the Department of Community Economic Development, and approval by the department, which they have 20 days to do, which typically means a timeline of at least 30 days between resolution adoption and closing. And in addition to that, the time for a bond issue to put together a preliminary official statement, to get a rating, and market the bonds. To some extent, that can be overlapped, but we would have to know which way we're going, I think no later than February 7 in order to get it done by April 1. An approach that just modifies the details of the interest rate on the note and leaving the swap alone could be done much more quickly without, there'd be nothing for the department to have to approve. We wouldn't have to make a submission. And if we leave the swap alone, we wouldn't have to do the things you need to do in connection with a swap, which involves hiring financial advisor, swap advisor, and you have one, PFM already, who has to prepare an interest rate management plan, which has to be adopted in the resolution, et cetera. So we'll need some guidance as to which approach to take, and we'll have to discuss that with Ms. Kirk, so she can discuss that with the administration and the finance committee.
So, thank you, Cliff. Thank you, Tony. Dana, do you feel as though we need another meeting between now and the 7th to talk about this at all?
So I think on my end, my question would be, typically in the past, the termination cost was not effective in terms of like reclassifying the entire debt and turning it into an actual bond issue. So my initial recommendation would be to renegotiate with PNC in terms of those the bank loan terms. Would you agree with that approach or no?
Who are you asking that, Dana?
I would say probably either Cliff or Tony.
Oh, in terms of does it work? Yes. You know, I'm bond counsel, and I don't advise you whether something is wise or not, because I'm not a financial advisor. But I will speak up if I think something's really off. But yeah, but that works. That would be the simplest approach to take.
Okay.
You wouldn't have to touch the swap at all. You could just leave that there. You'd have a slight mismatch because you'd be going with Bisbee on paying Bisbee into the bank loan and receiving
Percentage of
a percentage of LIBOR plus a spread on the swap. So, but they're intended to be pretty close to each other. Plus whatever deal the bank is giving you on a lower rate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my thought with this was, I know the last few times that I've looked at it, it was not cost beneficial to the district to, you know, actually change the entire structure. So I would say if we could attempt to renegotiate, that would be ideal. I do know though, in the past with PNC, I did have a representative that I dealt with. I no longer have that person. So Tony, I'm not sure if you'd be able to help redirect me, but that would actually be my recommendation on my end.
Yes, absolutely, Dana. We have that contact, replacement contact, and I will definitely introduce you to the new contact as Aaron has now moved on within PNC into a new role, but a new gentleman has taken that spot, and I will make that link.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. So, Mr. Kashani, my answer to your question would be, under that scenario, I do not believe that we would need an additional meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dana.
You're welcome.
Tony, what about the 2017 series? When's the time to get more into the weeds on that?
We're approaching that, but really with that call in July for that issue, the district does have time. No race on that meeting. We would be able to settle that, I believe, as early as July, or excuse me, as early as May. But again, because that call date on that issuance, you're not necessarily in kind of a race, excuse me, I said July, September. So you'd be able to do that in June. I had my months off there. You'd be able to have that done in June. We usually prep the bond issues about 60 days in advance. We kind of start the preparation work, and then we try to do the resolution, the inducement resolution for that particular indebtedness about 30 days in advance. So that gives us the time to make sure that everything's in place. We're able to price shortly thereafter the meeting, enter the markets, price, wrap everything up, and that gives Mr. Pastel a chance to make sure all of the filing, necessary information for filing with the state is in place and ready to go because of the time frame that the state puts on between pricing and closing. So from that perspective, I think we do have time on the 17 refunding. But again, with the movement in interest rates, we probably want to, keep an eye on that as we move forward here into a little bit deeper into 22. We probably want to keep a close eye on that as we get ready for the potential settlement in June.
Okay.
So, Tony, would you recommend a parameters resolution in either March or April in order to kind of lock that in terms of those rates, knowing that they're fluctuating at this point?
I would recommend that to occur most likely in March, if that gives a lot more time.
March is fine, yeah.
Yeah, March would work.
Okay.
You can't close it any earlier than June, whatever day is 90 days prior to September 1.
Okay.
And once you get the resolution adopted, then you can strike in the market and price it when the time is best.
And just for the new board members, just so you know, what we're talking about in terms of a parameters resolution is kind of like a target savings. And so what we can do is we can work with Mr. Pastel and Mr. Massidi to come up with what that target savings would be. Assuming that in March, if that's approved, between the March and April timeframe, when we are preparing the back paperwork in terms of the official statement and the bond rating, if we are able to achieve that type of savings, then we would move forward with the bond refunding in order to save money on those bonds. If by some chance the market goes haywire and the rates no longer provide that savings, we would not be obligated to move forward with the bond rating. We would only be obligated basically for the bond rating fee. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I didn't misstate something.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, but just that I would say.
Yeah, 50 years ago or so, when the Debt Act was adopted, times were a little slower, and we still use carbon paper. So typical way a bond issue was marketed was the underwriters would get the go-ahead and they'd get everything ready, and they'd have a deal for you the night they came before the board to get the 5 votes in favor. So they left that day with a signed bond purchase agreement and a passed resolution. But then markets have changed. Underwriters don't work the same way. The market doesn't work the same way. And things are volatile. So for refunding in particular, you want to be able to price on whatever day is best, and you don't know what day that's going to be, week to week, month to month. You can't plan that on your scheduled March meeting, you're going to have a bond sale, because lo and behold, there may be a $2 billion deal out there that's going to swamp your demand, and you can't get the rates you want. So the technique has evolved, and it's pretty common now for refundings. Most of my refundings are done this way. Do a parameters resolution, a not to exceed resolution, where it still works under the Debt Act as long as you have a specified purchaser for the bonds. You set a maximum yield for each maturity, maximum interest rate, maximum principal amount, and you end up with a bond resolution that calls for maybe a $12 million deal when you're really expecting to do a $9 million deal, and you get that legal requirement done and out of the way. And then you can, when the time comes, sell the bonds, price them, sign the bond purchase agreement, and it's that point at which you're bound. And with these parameters being set wide enough so they don't really affect the structure of the financing, the key item then is in the provision that says the minimum required savings is X% or X dollars, depending on how you do it. And this approach works with DCD, and it's one of the pet peeves that the legislature, instead of streamlining things and revising things to make things easier, make us to do some odd workarounds. Instead, they worry about other things. But never mind, it works. We get it done. We're in better shape in Pennsylvania than some states. We have to go to court every time you do a bond issue.
True. And just to reiterate, excuse me, what Ms. Kirk said, especially for the new board members, that's the approach the district has taken. Historically has been the parameters resolutions, and the district has the control there. If parameters aren't met and there's a reason there not to proceed with the refinancing, it does not occur. The district holds the key to the green light, if you will, on the refinancing under that resolution. So there is no issuance there if it's not meeting all the parameters and the district decides against it.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect. So
thank you.
in summary, I believe that then what we will move forward to is having a parameters resolution in March, which we will provide the information to the board members in advance. We will have 2 meetings in March, so there will be an information item and an action item. And for the variable rate debt, I will work with Mr. Massidi in terms of contacting the other person at PNC Bank to renegotiate those terms on the variable swap transaction without changing the actual structure. I will report back to the board, and then we will circle back with whatever that approval needs to be.
So I have a couple questions. With respect to the variable rate structure and the swap, just for new board members' awareness, this actual piece that seems sort of innocuous is actually consistently and has been since it was entered into flagged in our ratings reports as a source of potential financial risk. I agree. It's actually our largest single source of financial risk. So I really want to go back to it because I don't think we gave it appropriate diligence. I wasn't sure from the presentation where we were going, but I can see a little bit now. So we have this liability that references LIBOR right now, and we pay PNC Bank a LIBOR-based rate for this bank loan. And that's the piece we're talking about, that PNC does not want to continue to extend that LIBOR asset on their part. That's accurate so far?
Yes, Mr. Lyons, the rate, underlying rate reset at LIBOR, yes, they do not care to keep it at LIBOR, but rather transition it to one of the new proxy rates. But the interest in renewing the term of that is there.
Understood. So I'm just restating this for simplicity. But that particular liability, where we pay LIBOR, is matched against an asset, the swap, where we receive a LIBOR indexed payment and pay fixed. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is, it'll be LIBOR until LIBOR goes away.
Correct.
And then what will be?
Steps will have to be taken then before June 30 of 2023 to change to whatever is then acceptable rate to the swap counterparty. Currently is as a SOFR-based rate as the one they accept.
I would think at this point, we should know something. So this is going to go to sort of the standard fallback language. It's going to be SOFR plus a spread as a proxy for LIBOR.
Yes, I believe so.
And they haven't, for this particular contract, that spread hasn't been published yet?
Not as of yet. For a formal transition rate, they've still left a little bit of optionality there as to an acceptable rate in the market is kind of the current language, but they've pointed that SOFR is the preferred there, but they've left it open for other proxy rates to come into more certainty ahead of June of 23.
And I think most of that discussion centers around the look-back period for SOFR versus LIBOR, right? To try to come up with equivalency. What's your appropriate historical difference?
Correct.
And
I've been waiting for the markets to settle this out, and I think ARC has come up with a recommended term adjustment, but I'm not familiar with whether ISDA has it. Can you tell me they have not yet?
I think ARC has, and the term adjustments, again, they're trying to make sure that all the historical historical averaging, that those tenor spreads are accurate going forward is really what the delay has been.
well, they can never be accurate going forward. So ARC is the Alternative Rates Committee, just for everyone's awareness. And Dana, what I think we really would need to see, really should see, is a diagram of this swap, the assets and liabilities together with the size of the par amounts. So we really understand where we're a payer of floating, where we're a payer of fixed, and where we're, a receiver of floating, and what those indices are and what the magnitude of them are. So, I mean, I can look at this, but it's not saying here you're going to be 20 million mismatched SOFR on one hand, LIBOR on the other, or is it 15 or is it 50? We're not seeing that. And I want to be clear also that if we do end up being in a arrangement where we're paying SOFR but receiving LIBOR, I mean that is probably, or receiving a percentage of LIBOR, that's a different set of risks and probably less risky, frankly, than paying LIBOR and receiving SOFR plus a spread. So it would make me approach this very differently. So I think we essentially did say that here, Dana, but it's not in the presentation because the swaps aren't diagrammed. But I would approach that very differently from a risk standpoint. If we're converting to where we are paying SOFR plus a spread, and continue to receive LIBOR through 2023, and then convert to whatever ARC has come up with, I think we still need to graph it out, keeping in mind that SOFR as a rate, by the way, has no credit risk component to it. And so to the extent that rate in that index is intended to be a proxy for where our variable rate debt is remarketed, it will begin to disconnect in all sorts of unpredictable ways if and frankly when there's anything resembling a credit event. And so I want to understand those risks better as we move forward. Maybe it could just all be diagrammed out. Do you have some sense of what I'm asking for at this point?
Yes, we can definitely provide that analysis and show the cash flows, if you will, albeit hypothetical, against the differing rates and what their history has been. Again, spot on from the sense of that's why it's taking them so long, if you will, from the decision for a cessation of LIBOR as a proxy rate and finding a replacement rate. There has been a lot of nuance to it, but the overriding theme, the overriding goal, and what they've stated as being an absolute, if you will, is the intent of having no impact to the issuers under the new proxy rate as opposed to LIBOR. There's, the concept is to have zero impact on the trades, net, and that's why they're trying to make sure that the adjustments, the adjuster spreads for tenor, length, all of that is put in place appropriately and accurately as possible.
Understood,
yeah.
but only the 9 of us have a fiduciary obligation to the taxpayers of Pine-Richland, so they don't.
Correct.
The other component to this would be the mismatch in the timing, and I don't know if that could be addressed. So we're going to get sort of SOFR, I think, well, are we going to get BSBY or SOFR-based pricing on the new bank loan? And that matters, right? Because it won't be until 2023 that we necessarily know what we're going to be getting on the asset side, because it hasn't been replaced yet. And I wouldn't want to enter into a new 5-year or 7-year bank loan when I'll be much better able to match against my asset side in 18 months. And that's another component that I didn't hear in the conversation, right? So we're going to enter into something, and I don't know, there is a big difference. I would prefer to pay SOFR, not BSBY, especially if I'm receiving LIBOR and it's replaced with BSBY or SOFR. I'd rather pay SOFR. I don't know that I really want to pay BSBY against an asset that I'm receiving that could convert to SOFR, because that creates that mismatch where I'm liable, the district is liable for paying an increasing rate in the event corporate borrowing spikes up. And I can name any number of, stressors in debt markets over the past dozen years that you would all be familiar with, where these indices popped up. BSBY would be expected to elevate considerably, as it did, for instance, in March of 2020, when we encountered severe uncertainty around COVID, or in 2012, European debt crisis, or in 2008, et cetera. So if we're paying BSBY on that bank product, I'm really concerned about not knowing what I'm receiving from the swap on the other side, and whether that will have a credit component in a post-LIBOR world. So these are the questions I have. I think they can all be addressed reasonably, but understanding the intermingled nature of these transactions would be a first step, and focusing on them maybe exclusively to a certain extent.
Absolutely, and we'll have, I'll make sure I relay to the bank, to put a SOFR proposal in there as well as a BSBY proposal under their loan documents, and then also, mirror out the cash flows for the district's current agreement associated with the 15A note. And this way, the district can look at all of it.
And Tony, I'm not as interested in the projections that go forward. I mean, it really can just be just the stated rates, because I know the cash flow projections, I mean, it's really about just looking at what's stated. There'll be a fixed coupon, but okay, we know what that is. And then it'll just be the indices, so we can kind of look at them for what it is.
Sure, certainly.
So the reprieve from talking about mass was awesome, to nerd out on finance a bit. So thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Cliff. Thank you, Dana. It sounds like all that, Peter, could be addressed when we get something more firm in February. So.
Is there anyone else from the board that has any questions or comments?
If I heard correctly, there's an option for us to convert this instrument into something else that is not a swap, not reliant on all of this, and what the financial differences might look like up front versus what the risks might look like. Is there any way for us to look at what such an alternative might look like?
Yes, that is correct. There is an option to basically terminate the existing agreements and convert it to a fixed rate item, whether it be a fixed rate bank note or a fixed rate bond issue, but it comes with addressing the existing interest rate agreement, and we can show the economics behind that as well. The cash flow comparison is what's included in the presentation on that, under the dark blue header on the 2015A note page, but we can show the background economics of that as well. I can share that with Mrs. Kirk, and she can pass that along to the board.
There's a timing.
Thank you.
There's a timing concern with that, though, practically speaking, right? To convert that to a bond issue, we're talking 4/1 is our target. How could we do that in a practical sense?
From a timing standpoint, it would be a little, on the rush side, from that perspective of making sure everything's in place, and the district would have to obviously, you would bring in your interest rate agreement, your IRMA interest rate management agreement advisor, to make sure that all the proper positions are put in place and adopted by the board for any type of termination to current existing interest rate management agreements. And that would need to take place. And I think at that point, you could also probably negotiate with the bank to continue under existing terms of the bank note till you made a decision on which direction you wanted to go. I know that they would be in a position to negotiate, how much longer they would be willing to go under the current terms that do have a 4/1/22 current option on them. So it would be a matter of speaking with the bank as quickly as possible and addressing that would that be an option to provide a little more time, but having everything taken care of at around the 4/1/22 date from a fixed rate bond perspective or a fixed rate note and addressing the interest rate management agreement. The timing would be very tight, but it still could be something that could be accomplished.
Okay. So
Without-
Dana, would
without
you
a-
mind if we looked at both then, just even though history suggests one thing, just to have more data? Couldn't hurt. Dana, I'm sorry, that was for you. Or would you be okay if we looked at both
Sure,
resetting
absolutely.
and doing a refi? Okay.
Yes, I think it makes absolute sense to, evaluate whatever reports that we can get, and to determine what that termination cost would be.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Just a brief comment on slide 7 or page 7 and 11. I just don't want to lose sight of that. 7 is a good news report, incredible fiscal health. That's in large part due to the way we operate year over year and how we do our capital funding, how we consider, enrollment projections and what impact that has. So it is great to be in this position to listen to this discussion. But the good news on page 7 is tremendous in terms of looking at our just financials over a period of time. And the Standards & Poor's, as they have evaluated us, we're hopeful that the next time that occurs, we take the next step. We were hopeful last time. We remain hopeful for the next time.
And just for new board members' knowledge, these bond refundings have been critical in us meeting some of our fiscal goals, in particular with reducing debt service throughout the district, as well as the length of debt. So we've kind of been able to do both on a number of these refundings. Dana and our partners from PNC have done an excellent job at bringing these things to us and reviewing them in a timely manner. And then I think we've done a good job, I'll pat ourselves on the back, of making the decisions of how we're going to split that savings. Is it up front or is it further down the road? Our fiscal health has allowed us to take a lot of that where we're saving in the future instead of right now. That's been because we've been able to control spending and haven't needed those dollars now per se. So those will be things that we'll look at in the future as well. But it's been key in getting us our financial, in my opinion, the financial health that we've had that has led to that graph that's currently up in front of us. Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Feel free to stay if you want to.
Item 1.03 is the Educational Health and Safety Model Plan, and I'm just going to touch on this briefly. We're going to get more into this in item 2.01. I know there's a lot of folks that are going to want to speak on the health and safety plan, and I just want to put out there what the current recommendation is and how it differs from what we voted on December 13th. On December 13th, what was voted on was to make masks optional starting next Monday, the 17th, everywhere throughout the district. The basic differences of what's being proposed today is that the effective date of January 17th would be what we're kind of deeming as bus to bus. So student gets on the bus in the morning, they're wearing a mask, and that's a federal mandate. At school, during instruction, during the day, they're going to be wearing a mask except for during lunch when they're social distance. And then at the end of the day, they take the bus home. Anything co-curricular, extracurricular activities, the way we look at it is anytime that you're here and it's essentially optional, if you will, basketball games, volleyball games, swim meets, board meetings, masks would be optional at that point. The Masks optional everywhere in the district is currently being proposed as February 16th, 2022. That's out from this date, the 17th that we originally settled on. And again, this is just a recommendation that we're going to be voting on. This is not in yet, but just wanted to give everyone a brief synopsis of it. We'll get into more detail. But how this recommendation was made was a kind of a collaborative effort of reaching out to the key stakeholders, voices that we've heard throughout, and talking to various people, the PREA and all the stakeholders, all the labor groups within the district, and kind of came up with things that we were hearing, and then this recommendation was put forward. So just as a brief synopsis before we get into recognition of visitors, because I know it's a hot button topic that a lot of folks are going to want to talk about. Dr. Miller, do you want to comment on anything before we get to 2.01 and before recognition?
In terms of 1.03?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll need to share some of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean, if you could pull up the presentation. And again, for those who are here for the joint governance meeting, we walked through some of the slide deck. We're not going to do that at all to the same detail, but we do have new participants. This is our actual combined meeting. We have new viewers online, and so just want to hit a few points. Next slide, Sean. Goal is in-person learning. It's the shared goal. It's where we want it to be. It's where we are currently. It's what we want to continue to have happen. We have co and extracurricular activities happening in our school district. We want those to continue to happen. And so that is the most important thing that we collectively want to keep in front of us. Getting kids into school, keeping them in school, keeping them engaged with their friends, with their teachers, with their activities is the most important thing. On this continuum, we're as far left in our current model as we have been, and that's some place that we want to stay. As you'll see, and we might discuss later, there are things that might impact that. It could be in a classroom level or at the building level, less likely at the district level, something that would cause us to need to go virtual for a short period of time. Again, could be classroom, could be building, less likely, but possibly district. We just want to be ready. So again, goal is in-person learning and preventing the need to do something else. Next slide. We discussed this at the prior meeting and have in the past. Next slide. The point of this slide tonight is to look at the bottom, what's written in red. Last Friday in Allegheny County, we see the incidence rate. This is the amount, incidents per 100,000. The rate was at 1534.2 for Allegheny County. Earlier tonight, we heard a question from Butler County, given where we are geographically. Again, Butler County in the most recent update is over 1,000 as well per 100,000. The threshold for high transmission, as it exists for CDC right now, is 100 per 100,000. Positivity, 32.7, again, up in Butler County. It's also in the low 30s. So again, a tremendous amount of virus in the community. And next slide, Sean. The question is, what's that doing here? So these 3 dates were selected because the 13th obviously was the last board meeting. At the time of the last board meeting, when what Mr. DiTullio just described was approved, we had a total of 259 positive COVID cases in the district. As of last Monday, we had 423. As of when we created the presentation today, we were at 638. So that gives a little bit of a sense of what's different today than where we were December 13th in terms of positive cases. Next slide. This one does a little better job. First, looking at the yellow is the Allegheny County incidence rate. We get the question, just because something's happening in Allegheny County, does that mean similar things are happening within Pine-Richland? And so we see the incidence rate over time. That's just the last 5 weeks since the 13th of December. In green, we see the case total for students and staff combined at Pine-Richland. And again, we can see really an exponential type of growth in terms of the number of cases in the schools. Next slide. Next slide. This is important, particularly for the bottom row. So even though we have 202 current active cases, that means we have 202 students or staff members who are within 10 days of symptom onset or if they're asymptomatic of their test date. We have 16 students in school-based quarantines. That's a good thing. That means that students who are not in school it's not because of quarantine and close contacts, and that's due, again, in part to the mitigation layered approach that's in place. Next slide. Our responsibilities continue. Next slide. And we discussed at the last meeting on joint governance meeting last Monday about the CDC's update of shortening the period of either isolation or quarantine to return masked on day 6, or in the case of a vaccinated individual, no quarantine at all if they remain masked during that period of time. You can skip ahead a few. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. One more. This is just indicating PA Department of Health confirms, supports, so does Allegheny County Health Department, the guidance given by, the revised guidance by CDC. So that has the effect of reducing the amount of time a student or staff member is out of school based upon the guidance. Next slide. Test to stay, we discussed again a little bit at the joint governance meeting. Ultimately, this is a concept that would allow a partially or unvaccinated individual to remain in school if they're asymptomatic and deemed a close contact, if they are able to test serially and are negative on those tests and they remain masked in the in-person environment. There are other things that we talked about in joint governance as to whether that's reasonable or appropriate. The newest information we received is that the close contact, him or herself, must have been masked during that contact in order to qualify for this. But again, things are changing with test to stay, and so it's something we have to continue to ask questions about and monitor. Skip ahead a few, please. Right there. So Mr. DiTullio described this in his opening comments. And what was also determined in December 13th was that we had tonight's joint governance meeting and opportunities to see what was happening in the community. Next slide. Mr. DiTullio described this as well. The key point in his message, the health and safety plan we're proposing this evening, delays the mask optional until February 16th. That allows the board meeting on February 7th to be an opportunity to review. So we can continue to monitor what's going on. Next slide. Okay, so that's what we see here. Next slide. The health and safety plan has has just a brief description in each of these areas. So we've focused most of our discussion on masking recently, but there are other components to the health and safety plan that we would review. Next slide. Go ahead. So this again was a discussion and something that's facing our school board, districts, school boards all over Pennsylvania and the country, which is to say when and why and how should tightening or loosening be considered. It's our opinion, after receiving a lot of expert input, that it's really tough to create a clear and bright line. Each of these elements interact with others. Transmission level is something that's cited most common because the CDC guidance says if in substantial or high, their recommendation is to universally mask indoors for students, staff, visitors, etc. But the reality of the pandemic that we've been in now for a long period of time is it will be a long time before we're back to levels like 100 per 100,000. And so we have to weigh that and understand that, get input about that to make a reasonable set of actions with respect to the district. Positivity rate, again, for those that get tested, how many test positive? Again, we're in the low 30s right now. You can see the CDC numbers there. Quarantine I addressed earlier. I'm going to talk about staff absences in a moment. And substitute coverage. So it's both of those things hand in hand. Teacher absences, paraprofessional absences, and our ability to cover those absences When you hear about school districts in the news that needed to, let's say, go virtual for a short period of time at a particular school, it's more often around staffing than it is around, let's say, the number of cases that might exist in a particular school. Student attendance is pretty well in line with where we would expect to be at this time of year. A school might be a little lower on a particular day than normal, but generally speaking, we're in a pretty good place right now, even with the number of cases that we have. We're averaging our 7-day sort of rolling average here. As you saw the numbers, we've increased a couple of hundred cases just in a week. So we're averaging about 30 cases per day. One of the things that we expect, and it's not otherwise on a slide, from listening, learning, and understanding, is that while the slope of the line is steep with the increase in cases, the suggestion or projection is that the slope of the line, when we decrease or improve, should also be steep. So the best understanding we have is that the current variant is moving rapidly through the population. So we're seeing those increases here at Pine-Richland, but we're also hopeful that the possibility of the next few weeks being that peak and then having the possibility of decline. Again, we've needed to have humility throughout the pandemic. We will need more humility to learn and understand. Next slide. So this is a representation of teacher absences. We see the total number of teachers at the top. These could be absences due to being sick, personal day. Again, some of that's related to COVID, some of that not related, most of it not related to COVID directly, but it gives you a sense of what's happening in terms of teacher absences. On the right side in red is the average unfilled. So this means that a teacher was out and a substitute was not able to take the place of him or her in the classroom. So it doesn't mean that they're the same every day. We have days of the week better than other days, and it also doesn't mean that it's equal across the schools. Recently, for example, the high school has faced more fail-to-fills or unfilled substitute openings than many of the other buildings. Again, that varies year to year and from time to time, but right now that seems to be the case. Next slide. Paraprofessionals support students specifically. They also support teachers in the classroom, and we have about 74 in the district. We can see over the course of December and then last week, clearly an increase in paraprofessionals who are absent, and we see the unfilled. And those are complex positions to fill based upon the individual needs of the students. So there's a lot of juggling that goes on, both with substitute unfilled positions and with paraprofessional unfilled positions in trying to manage supporting students across the day. Next slide. We shared these results last Monday. Next slide. And last Monday we talked about in a mixed mask environment, the concept of providing physical distancing. At that point, it was a discussion item to try to understand what that impact might be, to review it in more detail. The 6 feet was because of the 6 feet recommendation on physical distancing. The reality of this is not a recommendation, is it creates philosophical, it creates social. There are other concerns that emerge from this type of approach, but it was worth exploring as a discussion point around trying to maintain health and safety if universal masking was not in place. The next slide would be our recommendation when we get to mixed masking. It's first to maximize the footprint within the room. Classrooms are not static, there's movement, but generally speaking, we're going to have a mix of masked and unmasked individuals throughout the room, providing the greatest amount of physical distancing we can based on the number of kids in the class and the space that they have to work in. The critical part of this is that there is not evidence from any of the healthcare experts we heard from, either tonight or prior to tonight, or any studies that we've heard from, that in a mixed masked environment, that separation would in any way diminish risk within that room. And so there's not a health effect based on everything we've heard. No one has been able to share any studies or information in that regard. So our approach would be, in this example, the dark green student, indicated by the desk. We would work with families, as we do, between the school nurse and the school administrators and the classroom teacher to provide accommodations or supports for students who have underlying health conditions. We do this all the time in many different ways within education. We would do the very best we can in trying to meet individual student needs within this design. Next slide. The surveys that were provided, we see at the top, these are the students who've been involved in full virtual learning all year. So we had 30 students who were in either PRVA Plus or in a full virtual environment all year. As we tried to gather information from families about would a mask optional, would that have an impact on decision making, that's where we received the survey results. Still missing some, but what we see is 81 additional families indicated a full virtual selection. So the 30, if you will, from above, plus 81 additional for a total of 111. Next slide. All of that, in terms of parents or timing, would be on hold if the board supports the recommendation to delay mask optional. We still have work to do, so we have work to do in terms of posting some positions, in working with PREA in order to clarify model, in allowing time to pass to monitor conditions and cases, and then to redetermine with families if conditions are improving, whether or not that would impact their decision. So work to do there, and really not so much a focus of tonight. Skip ahead too. Okay, so final slide is not only for tonight, but for the future, how or do we want to change the manner in which we discuss public health and reach decisions as we move forward. Again, we all agree that in-person learning is the focus. We also know in the short term, re-emphasizing proper mask wearing is an important step within the school day, the bus to bus, if you will, that Mr. DiTullio described. Later tonight on the agenda, we have 2 long-term sub-school nurses for board consideration. We posted multiple positions. We'd like to fill more positions. Interviews are occurring now, and there may be some offers able to be made even as soon as tomorrow. But we would also like to post 3 additional long-term sub-positions, an elementary position, and 2 special education long-term substitute positions. So posting those allows the time window to open, candidates applying, screening, interviewing, so that we have as much flexibility as possible for whatever is next for us. And again, what's next for us includes continued collaboration with PREA. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. We're going to move to item 1.04, recognition of visitors. I'll remind that any member of the Pine-Richland community may address the board during the recognition of visitors time. We ask that you give your name and address. Visitors are requested to speak to the board directly. In particular, if you can keep your comments directed basically towards me, that would be appreciated. The audience, I ask you to be respectful of what is being said by whoever's speaking. You may hear things that you don't agree with, and that's fine. This is what we do. You will have your turn to speak as well. So we ask that you just be respectful, that we keep noise in the audience down to a minimum. Each speaker will be requested to speak for 3 minutes, and we do have the clock up here, but I will give you a reminder. And in accordance with board policy, we're going to limit the speaking portion to 60 minutes. So what we're going to do to be fair to everyone is we're going to do 1 in person, 1 online, 1 in person, 1 online until we get to 60 minutes. If you signed up and you haven't been heard from, you will be put at the beginning of the second recognition of visitors at the end of the meeting as well. Thank you.
Can it be shorter than 60 if we don't have that many?
Well,
We do.
We're not going to just
I
sit
just
here
wanna
for-
make sure,
Yeah,
okay.
yes, Mark, that will be.
We'll start with in-person. Our first in-person is Cautious Swope.
Hello, board. First time speaking from this position. It's a little more comfortable, I have to say. I want to beg you to vote for delaying the removing universal masks. And I will tell you multiple reasons for it. You've heard about them here from many people. This decision is a good one when the time comes, but right now, on January 17th, we are not ready. The surge of the pandemic is right here. You saw our numbers. In just 1 week, we have as many COVID cases as in a month, and it was in a bad month previously. We are short-staffed. The teachers are absent to the point where the schools are on the edge of operation. There was a day last week in Richland Elementary when 10 teachers were absent from work. Like all the teachers had to be called in from specials, music, just to fill in for the teachers. We don't have enough staff, and the staff that we have, even with the masking, they are close to breaking point as well. I want to share some of the teachers' concerns because they are talking with the parents. They voice it to us, and I want to recognize their efforts. Our teachers are amazing. Our support personnel are amazing. The nurses are amazing as well. They are on the front line of this pandemic, and every day they ensure that our kids are safe, that our kids are learning, and that our kids are smiling. Even underneath the masks, they are smiling. I agree with the recommendation of one Dr. Casario, if I recall, about equipping the teachers with the special protection equipment. So I think that that additional month would also allow us to collect this equipment to adjust the procedures. The nurses were recently recognized by the community, but if you ask them what they really want, would be to keep the masks on, because that helps everybody to stay at school. Quote number 1, for the last year and a half, the teachers and support staff have done everything possible to keep students safe and in school. A decision to loosen the masking policy with the current COVID numbers is a significant step in the opposite direction. Why do we do it now? Quote number 2, we are human. We care about the students. Please care about us. You have said we have done an amazing job, so please don't throw this unnecessary change at us. This can wait. Quote number 3, I would say teachers are exhausted. We have nothing left in us to give because the demands are getting stronger and bigger daily. Students are missing specials, intervention time, lunch groups, and we cannot keep up.
Ms. Swope, if you could finish up. Thank you.
We are working diligently and trying, but it's destroying us as educators and as parents. We have nothing left to give to our family. We're emotionally and mentally exhausted. And I just want to recall that 2 months ago was the election, and top 2 priorities on the PR Kids First was to keep the schools open and to provide a safe learning environment for all children, all, in capital letters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first online will be Brian Deviney. Mr. Deviney? Mr. Deviney?
Hi.
Hi, you're on with the board.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Deviney. I am the PRTA Secondary Vice President. I'm not going to speak to the science or the politics of masking. This is an issue that many are passionate about and have strong feelings on. I cannot speak to any of that, nor am I in a position to say who is right or wrong. I don't live in the community, nor am I a taxpayer there. I'm here to give more voice to the teachers whom I represent and give voice to their concerns. Last Thursday, on a snowy evening, the school board met with the PRTA leadership. Thank you to Mr. Cassidy, Mrs. Sturchik, Mr. Vispolito, and Mr. Lyons for meeting with us. The meeting was positive with much listening. We are hopeful. I'm going to shift the perspective. I have not heard anyone discuss the impact on staff tonight directly and in detail. I'm not asking you to delay masking for the reasons stated by the doctors and the experts. I'm asking you for delay masking because the January 17th date does not give teachers an adequate time to prepare. Dr. Miller can speak to the complexities of the high school scheduling and how a small group of virtual kids can touch almost everyone in the building. We have shifted learning models basically 3 times since 2019. They say the 3 most difficult events in someone's life is either the death of a loved one, divorce, or moving. The best example out of those 3 I can give you for what it feels like to have this shift because of COVID is, of course, not death or divorce, it's moving. Imagine the stress of packing up and moving 3 times in 3 years. At the high school, we are in the middle of midterms at the secondary level, hitting the end of the semester and the beginning of another. Before COVID, we were operating with staff, and most teachers at the high school teach 5 classes, multiple preps, and have 2 duties, or 6 classes and a duty, multiple preps. This has not left any wiggle room. This could not have been anticipated because of COVID. This is not a healthy scenario either, but that's a discussion for another day. With all due respect to those people who've never stepped into the classroom, you don't understand what it takes to keep learning going with minimal disruption, even in normal times. Let me give you an example. Imagine a chemistry teacher on January 18th who has 1 week to prepare the kids who have been out because of COVID to make up their midterms next week.
Mr. Davini, if you could please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Sure, I will. Thank you. Teach a chemistry lab to kids, then presumably answer questions virtually and connect with those kids on top of all of their additional duties. Not to mention the coverages. The coverages are out of control at the high school. People are covering 8 or 9 times, sometimes in a week. You get 30 minutes for lunch, which really turns out to be 20 minutes. We appreciate the board and their difficult decisions that they have to make. What is best for teachers and kids are not mutually exclusive.
Mr. Davini, if you could please, yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time and all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Rebecca Hoffman, is she here?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Hoffman, and I have 4 kids in the district, 1 at each building level, plus 1 not yet enrolled. I'm here tonight to share the concerns our teachers have voiced. They are on the front lines every day with our students and have worked tirelessly to ensure the safety of our children and community while making sure that learning continues. In 11 years with 4 students in this district, which adds up to 30 sets of teachers for our family, we haven't had a bad teacher. I am blessed that some of my children's current and former teachers are now my friends. I see emails from teachers early in the morning and late at night. I get notifications of classwork assignments and grades posted at all hours on the weekends. Just like healthcare workers, teachers have continued to work hard for our kids during this pandemic, and they show up with a smile on their face to do the job they love. There's no magic protection against COVID for teachers. They are a cross-section of adults, and therefore some have underlying health conditions that mean that they need to take the risk of infection very seriously. Unfortunately for some, COVID can have a serious initial course or a very impactful ongoing issues even for those who are perfectly healthy and fit. Let's hear from our teachers and listen to their words. My main concern is losing the freedom that we have now, like ending shared work centers and sharing of materials. I'm not even sure what that would look like, and I certainly don't want to isolate those who are not wearing a mask. The underlying emotional stress of trying to keep children healthy and safe on top of delivering high-quality, meaningful instruction is exhausting. Please use common sense and keep masks mandatory until cases slow down in Allegheny County. Thank you. Several colleagues are currently sick with COVID. I have been very careful all this time, and now someone is making the decision that puts me in an unmasked public environment, which I have avoided all along. I haven't had COVID, and I'm afraid to go to school. Other teachers feel the same way. We shouldn't feel afraid to go to work. I am not sure how we are supposed to get through the end of the grading period. For the last year and a half, the teachers and support staff have done everything possible to keep students safe and in school. A decision to loosen the masking policy with the current COVID numbers is a significant step in the opposite direction. It will jeopardize the opportunity for students to be in school and learning. It will also come with unnecessary financial costs. When COVID numbers in our community reduce to an acceptable rate, we will fully support losing the masking mandate. Now is not the time. And last, having a goal of not crying for a whole day shouldn't be a thing. Thank you to our teachers for taking time out of their already full schedules to voice their concerns and for continuing to ensure the safety and education of each and every student through these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you. Next online, Ms.
Our
Williams.
online person is Priya Oshuri.
If I could ask just one thing, if everyone could check their phones and mute them. I've heard a couple go off. If you guys could just make sure they're muted. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, you're on with the board.
Okay, thank you. Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, I just want to thank, this is Priya Usuri. I live in Gibsonia, and I have a child in the middle school. I just want to thank the opportunity to address the board and the admin. I fully urge you to keep the current masking, universal masking policy in place. I'm still at a loss of why certain members of the school board don't want to have that universal masking, because I feel that you're quoting the CDC when it's convenient, but you're taking away the basic mitigation strategy of having masks. So please, do keep that in place. I agree we all want our kids to be safe in school, so why are you instituting a policy that will put them in harm's way? I really think of this as an analogy of you, the board, being a crossing guard. You're seeing a car leaning towards our kids, and yet you're saying you're urging our kids to go in the way of danger. So it just doesn't make sense to me. As the cases keep surging now, you have to really seriously consider public health, not just for certain kids, but for everybody. And that's about, in a public school system, to keep our school teachers safe, to keep the whole population safe. So this masking optional policy can certainly be delayed. It's an arbitrary date. There's no need to continue with it. And I have to say, for those kids who do go virtual, you are depriving them of much needed social interaction from peers and for extracurricular activities. So this is something that I would strongly urge you to keep the universal masking in place. You made a promise when you joined the school board that you would look out for public health and that you would keep the school open 5 days a week. So please do keep that promise by keeping our community safe. I have to say there is absolutely no shame in changing your vote as circumstances have changed. I, for one, would applaud your courage if you decided to change your vote back to keeping masking mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person. Ms.
In
Williams.
person is Matthew Jontony.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Jontoni. I am a resident of Richland Township. We have lived in the district for almost 4 years now. I have 2 kids in the district, one in upper elementary and one in kindergarten. I am a licensed emergency room registered nurse. I have been in the forefront of this pandemic since the start, and I have been practicing for almost 5 years. The hospital systems, as we all know, are overwhelmed in this country, especially in this area. And I understand that the school board wishes to keep these children in class as long as possible. And I feel that if we were to lighten the mask mandate January 17th, we would be putting the children at risk of having to go virtual sooner rather than later. I think this is also worsened by the new CDC recommendations of the 5-day quarantine. Imagine a positive kid who is required to wear a mask, but due to peer pressure and other circumstances that we forget about as adults, being a teenager or a child in school, removing their mask around their friends in a seemingly innocent way, and then spreading the virus unintentionally to those around them. That is why I believe that the mask mandate should be postponed until February. In addition to this, I have a child who is in kindergarten who is having trouble with his reading skills. And if he were to go to virtual, that could be detrimental to his fundamental learning. And I feel that I can echo for many parents in the district who are in similar circumstances. By having their children go back to virtual could put their child at a disadvantage in future education, which is why I'm begging the school board to push back the mask mandate until February. Not only that, but if we were to lighten the mask mandate, we also would put an overwhelming burden on the healthcare system and the teachers. But this is not just people, would be kids coming into the emergency room who are sick. We understand that the new variant is not as deadly, but it is more variant. But then at that point, it becomes a numbers game. And at what point can you say, yes, this child is sick and that's okay, but if it was your child in the emergency room and you were asking the question to me, is my child going to be okay? And I said, I don't know. I really wish I could give you an answer, but I don't know. And if nobody here has had that conversation with a parent, I think that you should extend the mask mandate to keep the children healthy and to make their education, to keep their education to the full advantage. There will be a time to lift the mask mandate.
If you could please wrap up your comments.
There will be a time to lift the mask mandate, but in the height of the pandemic, where cases are at a record high, that time is not now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next online is Terrence Hubert. Hello?
Hello.
Mr. Hubert?
Yes.
You're on with the board.
Dr. Hubert. Hey, thanks for the time. I'll try to keep it brief because I'll be repeating, I think, a number of concepts that have been discussed at length in the past multiple hours. Again, want to voice support for encouraging taking a cautious approach to lifting any mitigations at the height of a surge. I also would like to, I'm also encouraged by the one slide that was presented regarding potential triggers for when restrictions may be tightened versus loosened. There's existing guidance on indoor masking provided by CDC based upon community transmission, and then augmenting that with specific school types data, I think is appropriate. I would encourage that instead of setting a hard date for masking optional or changing a masking policy and other mitigation strategies, rather to tie it to triggers that are agreed upon ahead of time, to the best of our knowledge. That removes the emotion and the politics from the debate, and it prevents us from having a situation where, with all good intentions, the board voted to remove making masking optional in December prior to, we were aware of Omicron. The next wave or the next thing coming down the road we can't necessarily see right now. So I think trying to make sure we develop policies that can be as flexible as possible and adaptable as possible is prudent. The other thing I would like to just again recommend is when we're thinking about masking, it's about the communal benefit during that high time of increased community transmission, and it doesn't just prevent as a combination of other factors, other mitigations. It doesn't just mitigate COVID, but you're mitigating other respiratory-borne illnesses, common cold, flu, etc. There's a reason we didn't have flu last year across the country because of a lot of the MPI type measures. That has a positive effect on keeping kids in school across the board, and it also, as those additional respiratory illnesses increase, there'll be a greater burden and need for testing and other healthcare interactions and burden on students, parents, teachers. So I think it's most prudent to allow additional time for this wave to work itself out, to maintain current mitigation strategies, but also be proactively modifying the implementation plans so we can not have the same debate again in a month or 2 months or 3 months. That instead we
If
have
you
to
could
set
please
policies that are
finish up your
flexible.
comments, please.
Yes, sir. That set policy to be flexible and remove some of the emotion and politics from the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, our
Our
next
next
in-person.
in-person is Brianna Bear.
Hi, my name is Bree Bear, Richland Road. I'm the mother of 2 elementary students and board-certified primary care physician. Primary care is the access point to our healthcare system, meaning my days since the first whispers of COVID were heard have been dominated by it. So believe me when I say I'm tired. Your healthcare workers are tired. We're understaffed and burning out, and our system is being taxed yet again. The pandemic, however, doesn't care about our feelings. We continue to shatter daily records. Hospitals are back to canceling procedures and limiting visitors. Emergency room wait times are hours upon hours long. Our hospitals are overtaxed, understaffed, and workers are exhausted. Yes, Omicron is hopefully looking less likely to cause severe illness, but with the record number of people contracting it, it is still causing severe strain on healthcare systems. Systems that were still burdened with the Delta wave because patients that become critically ill with COVID stay sick for a long time. And now, because of its infectiousness, we're seeing a surge that is essentially happening simultaneously across the country, meaning we can no longer divert resources to the areas being harder hit. Traveling nurses, an unfortunate necessity to get through staffing shortages during surges, can only be in one location at a time. Our largest supply of monoclonal antibody infusions, which we had been using to help prevent serious illness, have proven ineffective against Omicron. The monoclonal option that is effective is in very limited supply. So now only the highest of the high risk even have a hope of obtaining it if they contract COVID. And the oral antiviral options will not be readily available until the spring. So we're back to where we were months ago, with therapeutic treatment options limited to those who are unfortunate enough to require hospitalization. Yet here I've listened to members vote to pull back masking during unprecedented community spread, that somehow seem to be convinced that the day-to-day operations of the school won't be affected, that it's fine because staff and students have had access to a vaccine if they wanted one. This is wrong. Successful mitigation has required a layered approach from the beginning. You should know that, as this is the approach that successfully kept your schools open thus far. You should also know that masking helps streamline the enormous burden of contact tracing and quarantining that the school nurses and staff have had thrown on them. You're also dismissing the huge number of households that have children under 5 at home when you use that argument. You are ensuring the disruption of our children's education and safety with this decision. You'll be working to increase community spread at a time we desperately need to slow it. You are beyond foolish to think that this will not spread through the schools, that someone's life won't be permanently affected by your decision, whether it's the health of a student, staff, or their family member. This is about our community, not what's convenient for you. It's about the reality of where we are today. So try to join us there, please, and realize this is a mistake. The rest of us are not living in fear for wanting to continue common sense precautions in the middle of a surge. Your healthcare workers are not living in fear for wanting everyone to do their part not to further overwhelm the system. The expert panel from the first meeting was very concerning. Invite only per Mr. Tutorial, with the convenient majority of experts holding what are frankly fringe positions in the medical community. There's no way to justify this decision, try as you might. You will not find credible data to back this. Call it what it is then, your decision
If you
based
could
on your
please wrap up
desires.
your comments.
It is reckless and irresponsible. This is not the time to take this gamble. Please postpone this decision at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online person is Melissa Child.
Possible.
Hello?
At the tone, please
Okay, Mr. Stovener, let's go on to the next one. Rachel Nolan.
Philip, I'm unable to take your call at the moment.
Okay.
Let's move to an in-person.
In person, Jeff Elm.
Hi, I'm Jeff Elm. I was here at the earlier part of the session. I had the opportunity to listen to both the board, the medical profession, on their opinions back and forth of whether the mask would be, the effectiveness of the mask, let's say, okay? And pretty much what I came away from with this was that there are, quite frankly, probably as many as you want to find, numbers of studies that either validate or invalidate the mask, okay? So what I'd like to do is take more of a observation approach. I've watched this last year or so, I've watched the kids go to school, I've watched them come off the bus, and when they come off the bus, they take their mask off. They're shoulder to shoulder. I've watched them outside in the summer playing. They're shoulder to shoulder, no mask on. I would bet or venture to say many of us in this room, probably most of us, have gone to dinner, not had a mask on. We've been at social gatherings, no mask on. So what I'm saying is, I think people will be honest with themselves, we're pretty much not wearing a mask. We're just being selective not to wear it in this building, or that we want to wear it in this building. Now I've heard, one thing I've heard a couple times now, is that, that why not wait to take the mask off till this variant dies down. In fact, I just heard twice now about, well, maybe we should wear the mask because of flus and so forth. It cuts the amount of infection down. Two things that I've seen over the last couple months. In December, the World Health Organization said there was at least a minimum of 6 variants out there. The CDC itself has on its site that we can expect COVID-19 to keep emerging and changing. So what I'm worried about is, okay, we have this date now, January 17th. We're going to move it out to February 16th. So what happens on February 16th when we have a new variant? Do we put the mask on? We keep bumping this out down the road. So my fear is, when do we get back to a normal life? This is not, we've heard many times, this is not going away. And I wish you would all, be honest with yourselves, I don't think we're really wearing the masks anymore, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, back to
Our
online.
next online is Lee Alexander. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Alexander, you're on with the board.
Yeah, Lee Alexander, 121 Tanglewood. There's a small group of friends of left-wing extremists that are coming to these meetings and with their coordinated signs, snapping their fingers in applause like they're at some weird art exhibit. But they do not represent the overwhelming majority of the people, of the good people of Pine-Richland. Prior to COVID, the majority of people didn't pay attention and honestly care who was on the school board. I honestly had no idea that it was even a Republican and Democratic ticket. To me, there's no place for politics in schools. But the silver lining of COVID was you began to notice the policies and procedures and the liberal indoctrination was being shoved down our kids' throats. So we needed to make a change and stand up against those radicals. That's why we won 4 out of 4 seats. and not just won by a couple votes in this nail biter, but it was a landslide. While the majority of people don't have time to attend these meetings, and we aren't the loudest person in the room, we voted for a change, and elections have consequences. I'm asking to reinstate individual rights and hold the original date for making masks optional. Stop contract tracing and just use common sense. Anecdotally, I have yet to hear about a kid from the area dying from COVID. Not a friend of a friend, nobody. Not one person. And frankly, nobody's dying from Omicron. It's a common cold. Take some Sudafed and walk it off, Buttercup. Yet, we have all heard recently local kids committing suicide. I know 2 boys unable to play football because of myocarditis, and another 18-year-old female paralyzed on the right side of her body from the back knee. I've observed my daughter trying to take notes from a teacher with a mask on, and it looks like gibberish. She's extremely frustrated from this. So much learning is beyond verbal. The communication is beyond verbal. Like, you need to be able to see people's voices, see people's faces, and know and be able to tell what they're saying, as opposed to just the words coming out of their mouth. It's impeding their learning. Also, you try to learn another language with a person with a mask on. I mean, it's just absurd. This small but loud left-wing extremist group is willing to compromise our kids' mental, physical, and emotional health. It's hurting their education, but the larger majority of us have spoken, and we came out to vote. We're not willing to sacrifice our kids for these political games. Also, I heard Brian Miller recommended segregation of students into 2 groups called masked and unmasked unvaccinated. I can't imagine this to be true, but the idea of segregating any minority group is unacceptable and extreme. I also would vote, if this is true, to remove Wolfgang from the board, because anyone who lacks that morality is not representative of PR. We elected you guys for a reason, and that's to give our kids a voice. Quit pushing this debate back and pandering to these libs. I ask you to stay true to your values and your promises.
Mr. Alexander, if you could please finish up your comments.
Well, thank you for representing. I couldn't imagine staying up to 3 a.m. as a politician and filibustering, with a hard-drinking wife being P. Ryan. So I commit.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, next.
In person is Joni Guzzi. Okay, go to Chris Vins.
Good evening. Chris Vins, third grade teacher at Wexford Elementary and president of the Pine-Richland Education Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. For the last year and a half, our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, our students, and the community have done everything possible to keep kids in school learning. It has been a collaborative effort, and it has been a great effort. The outpouring of support by parents in the community has been significant, and it's greatly appreciated. By removing masks, you're presenting a challenge that's not necessary. We are not prepared for 1 week from now to go from masking to unmasking. Mr. DeVitti spoke briefly about some of the scenarios that are complex and require detail to attention. I've received close to about 100 questions from our members asking me, hey, what happens in this scenario if masks are removed? I'm encouraged by the possibility of pushing this to at least February 16th. Meeting last week with Mr. DiTullio, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Lyons, and Ms. Turchek, we candidly spoke about some of the complexity problems that we could face. We need the time to be prepared to work through those challenges so we can be successful for our students. Please give us that opportunity to continue the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vins. Next online, Ms. Williams.
We're going to go back to Melissa's child. She reached back out and asked us to redial. Hello, Ms. Child?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you for calling me back.
Hi, you're on with board.
Great, thank you. My name is Melissa Schills. I live in Wexford, and I have 2 kids who are students in the district at Wexford Elementary. I'm calling in to share with you concerns that teachers have voiced about removing the universal masking requirement. They are on the front lines every day with our students and have worked tirelessly to ensure the safety of our children and community while maintaining continuity of learning. I would like to share the words sent to us by 2 teachers. The first quote is, "Normalcy, routine, and expectations take weeks to teach elementary kids. Once you are in the groove, you can expect academics to be scored and growth to occur. In the past, January into February is where things click for the kids and they really start to take off since their brain power can be thrown all into academics as all the other day-to-day stuff has become normal, expected, and routine. To start over in January with the new masking rules and regulations is to delay the learning rigor that could be occurring. Now our children will have to think again about the day-to-day functions. Can I walk this way? Should I be on a dot, or that doesn't matter anymore? Am I too close? They have a mask on, so is that 6 feet or 3 feet if I also have a mask on? Can I play with them at recess for 15 minutes now that they have come back from a 5-day quarantine? My family said to wear it if I want or don't, but how can I decide as I have one friend with it on and one friend with it off? Her parents said she could only play with masked kids. With all these uncertainties forming in their heads, the learning will suffer. We had to change our lives when COVID hit because people were dying and there was a lot we didn't know, and we really wanted to have the kids in school learning. We don't have to change things now as nobody is dying because they are wearing a mask on their face. Please just let us teach and let the kids learn academics and not go back to the drawing board with learning and procedures." And then the second teacher quote is, "I am feeling broken. This has been hard. 2020 was hard. Last year was hard. This year is better, still hard. We feel sad, we cry, we get a weekend or a break, and it isn't enough. We cannot handle more right now. Please don't make changes on us. Things are working, almost zero transmission in school. By making this change, we feel unvalued." We should all take to heart the words of our teachers, the heroes of our schools. Please vote to keep the mask mandate in place. Support our teachers and students. It is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person.
Next in person is Marcy Fisher.
Marcy Fisher, 529 Madison Drive. I wanted to first start by thanking Ms. Turchik, Mr. Lyons, and Dr. Meyer for replying to my emails. I appreciated that. I've been collecting masks through my N95 mask drive for a week and a half now, and my husband and I have been ordering them, soliciting funds through the community for them, driving to 6 schools several times, trying to staff the nurses with whatever masks I can get my hands on. And I wanted to just address that my concern about what some of the healthcare leaders were saying about the potential of doing fit testing. I've been fit tested at the hospital before. And, you know, I had my splash-proof halyard duckbill mask, but hospitals have the equipment, they have the masks, they have more supply of the masks, and right now I'm ordering cases of whatever masks I can get for the community, for our nurses and the custodians and the staff that are asking for them. Right now I've got some breath of the nature ones that are coming in. Last week the mask of the week was Aura's. So it's not easy to come across them, and I don't know how we could fit test staff by next week. We've got 6 days before masks were considered to be optional. So this is what your teachers are saying. I've got 4 of them to talk, what they've told us. Removing masks forces us to make decisions on masking and not focus on education. Most teachers are 100% for removing the masks, just not yet. Just not until the transmission rates are better. That's one teacher. Second, as a teacher, I am entitled to a safe, capital safe working environment. I do not, in capital letters, want to put myself at risk and be around unmasked people. Third teacher, priorities have changed. The focus is not, capital not, on teaching, reading, and writing, but masked versus unmasked. what is it really going to look like in our rooms with kids who are masked and unmasked? How will it look during indoor recess? Will they share supplies? Will there be separate bathrooms? What is this going to look like? How will this be managed? What does this mean for lunch, recess, and bus rides? And the fourth teacher, taking masks off takes consistency away from the students. The consistency of how they sit and how the class will function the same way, because as teachers will have the responsibility to change things in order of safety. We have worked hard to teach routines. To switch them on the kids will be confusing. So I am in support of a delay. I think even that you're bringing it to a discussion is progress, that you're listening to the community and you're considering what people are saying about the concern about the safety of their families. So I applaud you for that. Thank you for even considering it. And I have 2 slots, but I'm going to forego mine because not everyone's had even a chance to speak. I had one for the 4 o'clock and from the 7 o'clock, so that'll be my slot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Our next online is Sarah Irwin. Hi, Ms. Irwin. Hello?
Hi, this is Sarah Irwin.
Hi, you're on.
220 Ross Common Road in Wexford.
Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Well, I'd like to start by saying I have 2 kids at Wexford Elementary, one in kindergarten and one in 3rd grade. I appreciate the board's willingness to listen and to respect the concerns of some of our most important stakeholders, our teachers and staff. The fact that this discussion is coming up is really encouraging, and I just want to extend my appreciation to the board. Almost 2 years into this pandemic, and we can all agree that COVID is not where we had hoped it would be. But universal masking continues to be the one consistent mitigation measure that works. I, as many speakers have already said, look forward to the day when we don't need masks, but now is not the time. January 17th is an arbitrary date, and it can easily be postponed to allow time to come up with a plan to address changing circumstances and ensure that we can keep kids in person learning in school, which is everyone's ultimate goal. In order to make that happen, keep kids in school, given this current surge in cases, I ask the board to please postpone this decision and keep universal masking for a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, next up.
Next in person is Allison Duncan.
Hi again, Allison Duncan, 134 Tanglewood Drive. I want to start with making 3 points that have been mentioned here. One, the reduction of flu is just more evidence that masks work. It's true, we haven't seen much flu, so I just wanted to point that out. Second, not all studies are created equal. Just want everybody to keep that in mind. There are good sources, and then there are sources that aren't trustworthy. And callers, we can't see your mouths, but we can still hear you. But that's not what I came here to say. I just came here again to share some teachers' thoughts. This is what one teacher wants you to hear. The board is putting an unnecessary amount of pressure and worry on us and on students, on top of everything else. Now the board wants us to have to deal with the mask on, mask off issue. It has been a non-issue for the younger kids, so why are you making it one? Kids will have extra social pressures and possible bullying, and more of them could end up at home. And it's important that you understand that it would be impossible to monitor specific kids returning after quarantine to make sure they wear masks for 5 additional days. The kids can't handle more problems. We can't handle additional problems. The entire system is already at maximum overload. I feel the important work we do every day is being disrespected, and it hurts that some board members don't care about our health and well-being. And I have one more. This statement is from a teacher who is immunocompromised. Having students masked has been the only way that I've been able to successfully teach this year. If masks go away, I fear for my safety in life. I don't want to get sick because I don't know what that would mean for my health. Now is not the time to end universal masking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams,
Next online is Adriana Alatorre. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on with the board.
Hello, Adriana Alatorre, 103 Whitby Place. I want to thank the members of the board that have answered my emails. I want to thank everyone for considering what the community has to say, what the teachers have to say. I know we have a difference of opinion, and we're never going to be all in the same page. But the vast majority of the community has voted for the mask. The vast majority of the teachers have voted for the mask. The experts have weighed in that the mask has to protect others more than to protect yourself. So if a parent chooses to not mask their child, they're putting my child at risk. And I just implore you to listen to your staff. Keep your staff happy. If you don't want to keep me happy, I will have to make the choice to put my son virtual. But keep the teachers happy. We cannot be sending our kids to school when the teachers are stressed, when the teachers are afraid, and when the teachers feel that the board doesn't care about what they have to say, because your staff. In any business, you need to keep your employees happy. I also want to say that the experts that Mr. DiTullio brought are a little concerning. I am all for differences of opinion in a board, in a council, but these guys seem like they knew each other. I have heard that they're all friends, that they're all neighbors. Not only these are the conflicts of interest if they are board members, friends and neighbors, but we need diversity in all. So I'm also a health leadership council that has an expert that is against the mask. I think it's an important view, but we need that diversity in everything in life. So I just hope that you consider, if you're going to change the health leadership council, to have doctors from a bunch of different disciplines and with a bunch of different views. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next in person would be Mara Fisher. Mike Barber.
Mike Barber, Richland Road. I just want to thank the board members for considering pushing the date back to February. It directly affects my family as I have an asthmatic kid who is not eligible for the vaccine. So his two older siblings will need to be pulled and put in virtual in order to protect him, as he was in the hospital twice last year due to the original strain of rhinovirus. So I just want to say thank you for that, and I encourage the continuing tabling of policy 832. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next online, and just as a note, we're about 10 minutes away from the hour threshold that we set at the beginning of this.
The next caller is Carla Gathers. Hello, Ms. Gathers.
Carla is currently unavailable. Please leave.
Okay, we'll go to in-person.
Yes.
George Mestry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm George Mestre. I'm a resident of Treesdale. I have an 8-year-old sweet daughter and an 11-year-old boy. First off, I'd like to thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board and the community. As we've seen here, we've heard a lot from our medical professionals. We've seen a lot of surveys from students. We've seen some polls. We've seen that 73% of teachers who responded support universal masking. Some of the folks here have gone through this, but I also think it's very important to not only see the number, 73%, but also listen to some of the words of the teachers who are hesitant to express their views. You are a board group, and as part of a board group, you have different constituencies. Part of that are employees, which in this case are teachers. So some words from the teachers. Thank you all for working on behalf of our children. These decisions are not easy, and the time committed is appreciated. However, as January 17 draws closer, I'm astounded that we are on this path to change our masking policy. The world around us counts and observes daily the increase in COVID cases, yet our plan is to make masking an option. As a faculty member, I am on the front line. I dedicate my time to ensure the safety and education of our future community members by setting aside my well-being as well as my family's well-being on a daily basis. The decision to make masking optional is the wrong choice. It is of the utmost challenge within the current guidelines to ensure that students are wearing their mask properly, week to week, day to day, and yes, minute to minute. However, after January 17th, we may be responsible for tracking on a daily basis who is masked, unmasked, returning from quarantine, unvaccinated, vaccinated. Oh yes, in addition, keeping the students socially distanced during unstructured times, all the while observing the mental impact those with masks and those without masks will have on one another. Please explain to the community.
If you could please finish up your comments.
How this is ethically and medically and sociologically the best path for our children. Please keep the mask mandate. Now is not the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next online.
Our
Ms.
next
Williams.
online is Emily Robibero. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this Emily?
Speaking.
You're on with the board.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for reconsidering removing universal masking at this moment in time. I too would like to share some concerns that teachers have voiced regarding the ending of universal masking. I quote, "Due to the growing number of students who are getting sick or having to quarantine, my workload has doubled. The increase of emails that I need to respond to, as well as the time I spend trying to catch kids back up or retake tests, is near impossible. Trying to organize, prepare, manage missed work takes up time, my entire planning period, and lunch. I feel depleted, and the thought of making masks optional is like kicking us when we are down. Feeling underappreciated and spread too thin makes us want to give up." Another quote, "This is about more than masks. This is about consistency, normalcy, education, care for students' feelings, and understanding that much of the staff feels broken." And now I'm going to speak for myself. Our teachers right now have nothing left to give. They are begging you. They want to do their jobs, and they want to do them well. So now is definitely not the time to remove masking. And the amended health and safety plan for maintaining masking, up for a vote tonight, is a step in the right direction. As a board, now and moving forward, anything you ever do requires teachers and support staff. to make successful. Every initiative, every policy, every goal, you need the teachers because it's their responsibility in your stead to make things work. So I really appreciate the fact that it seems as though you're listening and you're hearing their voices. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next in person.
Next in person is Jennifer Busey.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Buse. I live in Richland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope the change in the health and safety plan indicates that the board had indeed listened to the teachers and considered their concerns. If this is the case, I truly applaud your flexibility of the board and I thank you. The teachers are worth it. They are undoubtedly some of the real heroes. Please listen to the majority of teachers and parents and delay the implementation of mask optional. I noticed one doctor in our community who wasn't invited to healthcare council at the 4 o'clock had signed up at 4 to speak, but only got the chance to speak at 9. I feel like keeping the discussion at this time to 1 hour is silencing the public. Now those who want to talk will have to wait until, what, 11, 12? Also, I appreciate Mr. DiTullio's remarks on 832 at the beginning of the combined meeting. However, I do remain confused about whether the board will vote to keep the policy tonight. It seemed like it was kind of left open that that might happen, it might not. So I just want to urge you to provide some way to let the community know when the board will take on policy 832 for the second reading and vote so that we can be assured when we have to come to talk. When the discussion is not with health and safety, and please commit to meeting with the stakeholders whose kids would be affected negatively if 832 is not voted on. Let's hear more from our teachers and listen to their words. Normalcy, this is a quote. Things are pretty close is capitalized to normal right now because we have masks at Pine-Richland. Things such as small group work, book fairs, parties, sitting near a friend, recess as a grade level, and more. Take masks away and that all changes. Take masks away and there is a good chance of virtual because of staff shortage. Our students have missed normalcy for 2 years and this is pretty close. Please wait, in all caps. Please wait until you can ensure what we have built can be retained. And then a second quote, a student worried about getting sick or already immunocompromised should not have to choose between trying to make remote learning work or risking infection by coming in person to receive a more appropriate educational experience. Now is not the time. Those are my words. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next online.
Next online is Jess Horner. Hello, Ms. Horner? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Horner, you're on with the board.
Hi, my name is Beth Warner, and I'm calling from 5604 Community Center Drive in Gibsonia. And obviously, we've heard a lot of people today. I just want to say kind of what a lot of other people are saying, that I do not feel it's the time that we should get rid of masks. If there are 101 cases currently in the high school, and that's with masking, what do we think is going to happen if we get rid of masks? Obviously, cases are, extremely high in Allegheny County and in the state in general. So I just feel that I'm happy that you guys are, talking about extending it and hopeful. Also, with the substitute teacher shortage, I work in another school district, and since the first day, almost the first week of school, teachers have had to be doing coverage numerous times a week because of
substitute shortages, so if we get rid of masks sooner than we should, there's a very good chance that more teachers will get sick and more teachers will have to start to cover for each other. And then obviously we all don't want to go back to virtual if too many teachers get sick and there's not enough substitutes. So once again, I'm in support of extending the mask mandate until February and seeing what the cases look like then and going from there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we've reached our 60 minutes.
Yeah.
We're going to move into the rest of the meeting with another recognition of visitors at the end. Thank you. Item 1.05, student and staff recognition. Ms. Hathorn.
Thank you. Eighth grader Ryan Moore, who plays the clarinet, was selected for Seton Hill University Youth Honors Concert Band, which will perform on January 22nd at Seton Hill Performing Arts Center. Senior Nora Russell and sophomore Owen Russell have been selected to participate in the PA Music Educators Association District Chorus. The siblings will participate in the program, which will be held in February. A.W. Beatty Career Center announced the Students of the Month for November through December. Honorees include Senior Enzo Giacani for Carpenter Building Construction, Senior Zachary Huber for Advertising Design, and Junior Mark Wolf for Automotive Technology. The Pine-Richland wrestling team sent 5 wrestlers to the 55th Annual Powerade Wrestling Tournament at the end of December in Canonsburg. Senior Kellen Laffey placed 3rd. Other impressive results came from freshman Dominic Ferraro, who went 4-2, junior Anthony Ferraro starting strong and finishing with 3 wins and 2 losses. Also winning 3 matches were juniors Joey Schneck and Jake Lucas. The team finished 28th out of 65 teams, so congratulations. Each January, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania School Boards Association, the Pine-Richland School District honors those who volunteer time and energy to school matters. Pine-Richland board members volunteer numerous hours on school matters, and they serve our students and educational system. The 2022 board includes President Greg DiTullio, Vice President Amy Turchik, Treasurer Mark Kashani, and Directors Christina Borsalis, Joseph Cassidy, Lisa Hillman, Peter Lyons, Matthew Mahalik, and Carla Meyer. Ms. Barbara Williams serves as board secretary. As you know, the board serves not only students and staff, but to celebrate this year, the district would like to share a video, thanks to the help of Bill Clack, highlighting a few inspirational reasons our staff member chose a career in education as they focus on every student every day. So Mr. Stobener, if you could play the video.
I got into education because I truly like working with kids and I like helping people, and I think that when I have a passion for something, or I think that I am able to understand something, I enjoy being able to explain it to others and help build their confidence and help them be able to apply whatever it is in real life. And so when I went into teaching originally, I was a German teacher, and it was because I really loved the language and the culture, and I wanted to be able to share that with other people. I also was a RAM, went to Pine-Richland School District, and had excellent educators within my background, and many of them inspired me. And I think some of the best times were engaged in the activities I was in, so band, with peers, just trying to have fun and make a difference.
I work with students that have a diagnosis of autism that are fully included here at the high school. I used to work in a residential setting with students with dual diagnosis disabilities, and I realized that my passion would be in a classroom, so I went back to school and got a teaching degree and a master's degree, and then went into public education. I enjoy the close, intimate relationships I'm able to build with small groups.
Roll call, Ms. Williams.
Mr. DiTullio?
Here.
I'm Dr. Miller's secretary as well as the board secretary. I started as a way to meet people, to get to know people, to make some friends, know my kids' friends. I always enjoyed seeing the kiddos come in from the middle school as freshmen, and some very mature, others not quite sure what they want to do and all that kind of stuff. And it was just really fun to watch the transition from 9th grade to a senior in high school.
I actually got into social work first. I had lost my mom when I was really young, and I definitely wanted to be a support to kiddos who had suffered a loss like that. So in '95, I got my social work degree, and I worked in a lot of different places, from residential programs to a drug and alcohol program to a psych hospital. And then I wanted to take some of my clinical experience and move that into the school setting. The thing that I remember the most is those kiddos who, came in as fourth graders who were really scared and nervous, didn't know teachers, didn't know kids. And we see them make it through 5th and 6th grade, then on to the middle school, and then on to the high school. And then you see them, as they get ready to graduate, and they're going to A.W. Beatty and gaining training and experience. And it's just really nice to see them become productive members of society. So that's what really makes me happy when I think about my kids.
When I was in 9th grade in high school, I knew I always loved coming to school. I always loved school. I loved singing. I loved the idea of being in and around a school. And if I had to pick a perfect job as a 9th grader, it was being a music teacher, and it actually turned out to be that way. Why coming here was such a favorite memory is that I came from a different school environment where music wasn't nearly as an important role in the school system, and coming here, the energy and the excitement was completely different. It was basically like getting called up to the big leagues, and it was fun being able to teach a different type of kid.
Well, I wanted to be a person that inspired students and made them feel valued, because I had teachers in the past that made myself feel valued. So I wanted to be a person that did that for my kindergarten students as well.
Get out your white paper, on the back, flip it over. Draw a person that's a hero to you. Think.
I've been doing this program, Mr. Rogers, with the students, and I definitely feel that the students are starting to show more kindness and showing more they're more loving. Even today after school, one of the students walked out the door and I was waving goodbye, and he's like, "I love you, Miss Septak," and it makes me feel special, and I'm glad that I show them that I love them and I make them feel special too.
My dad was a teacher and coach. My mom, who's a nurse, also became a school nurse, and I was one of those kids of a teacher who was sort of like a gym rat. I was always around school, I was always around the gym, playing something, doing something. And so as I got older, I knew right away that I wanted to go into teaching and that I wanted to be a coach. Remembering our mission is the most important thing, to focus on learning for every student every day. We agree about a ton. So we agree about a lot of things in terms of valuing education in our community, but if we find areas of disagreement, the ability to have discussions about those areas in a civil and healthy way, knowing at the end of the day we care about our children, we care about our students, we care about our staff members, and we want to be proud of the place that we live, work, and learn.
I love students, I do. I have a passion to work with young adults, and I get to do that every single day here at Pine-Richland High School. I think in terms of advice, we're still in the midst of a pandemic, and I think sometimes we forget that. And it's okay to slow down and enjoy the small moments that we encounter every day with one another, be it a principal with students or with teachers, students with one another. We just need to celebrate being part of the Pine-Richland community. It's a great place to be.
Nursing and education, they're both very personal types of jobs. So I think this is the best job in the world. I have the best of both worlds, being a nurse and an educator. Last year, during the pandemic, we were virtual, kids were hybrid, stressful. It was hard to, we're keeping distance from each other. And one day, a little girl came in the office, and she just had a skinned knee, and she was sitting in a chair, and I was bending down in front of her, cleaning up her abrasion, and I put the Band-Aid on her, and she was really upset. I was just trying to reassure her during that, and when we were all done, she just jumped into my arms and gave me the biggest hug. And during that time when we couldn't be near each other, it was really, really special, really, it obviously it made me very emotional just feeling that hug, feeling her gratitude. It was a really great moment. I won't forget that.
Again, thank you for our staff members who participated. It kind of gives you a new energy and to hear their passion. To continue more with board appreciation, I'd like to introduce Mr. Chris Vins, President of the Pine-Richland Education Association.
Is that on? Yeah, there we go.
You're good now.
Thank you. I'll be brief but sincere in my comments and keeping mindful of the length of tonight's meeting. The PREA, the Teachers Association, in honor of the board's effort and hard work and commitment, has made a donation to the North Hills Community Outreach of $600. Represents $100 from each building. We felt this was an opportunity to help meet some challenges that maybe some families in our own community might be facing during this year. We're well aware of the time commitment and effort you guys put in. This is just one small piece of the big puzzle. I realize how much reading and behind the scenes work that takes place to be part of a successful board, and we're very grateful and appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Susan Torcha, who is the president of the Pine-Richland Support Professionals Association. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vins. Good evening. My name is Susan Torcha, and I'm a secretary here in the high school counseling office. I am pleased to be here tonight representing the Pine-Richland Educational Support Professionals Association as their president. The PRESPA is comprised of para-educators, instructional assistants, library assistants, personal care assistants, secretaries, custodians, maintenance, and grounds crew. On behalf of our association, I would like to congratulate the newly elected board members and express our sincere thanks and appreciation to all directors of the school board. To all of you, we wish to express our profound gratitude for your dedication and commitment to the Pine-Richland School District. As evidenced by our mission statement to focus on learning for every student every day, you have the opportunity to provide leadership and inspiration not only to the students and the staff, but the community as well. While we all have been challenged by the changes over the past 20+ months and the anticipated changes that are inevitably coming, we appreciate your willingness to be open and flexible. We can be proud to call Pine-Richland a place that we learn and work. Thank you for your continued service to the growth and vision of our school system. And in honor of your school board efforts, the Pine-Richland Educational Support Association will award a $500 scholarship to a member of the class of 2022 to pursue continuing education. Last year's recipient, Charlotte Minke, enrolled at Virginia Tech and was very grateful for the financial assistance. Thank you again for your service. And on a personal note, after watching the video, I just wanted to add that I got into education many years ago as a teacher. Then I had my children and got out of education for a little while and raised 2 daughters who graduated from Pine-Richland. They are both in an education field right now. My older daughter writes for a magazine called EdTech, which is educational technology based. And my younger daughter is a kindergarten teacher in Brooklyn, New York. So I am proud of their success from graduating from Pine-Richland, and you should be proud of those accomplishments also. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Torcha. On behalf of the parent-teacher organizations, Pine-Richland High School PTO representative Amanda Patornio sends the PTO's heartfelt appreciation to the board for its service to our students, staff, and community. And as a token of the their PTO's appreciation. The high school PTO has made a donation on behalf of the board to the Pine-Richland Opportunities Fund, and greatly appreciate that for the foundation. Also, I'd like to introduce Barb Williams, Secretary, who has some additional details about board appreciation.
Thank you, Rachel. We just want to thank and acknowledge the board members' service to our school district and community. We use our mission, vision, and values as a compass to help guide our direction for the future. The compass that's in your bag symbolizes our shared values and commitment to the district's future and helps to keep us guided in the right direction. It is engraved saying our MVV is our compass. I'd also like to thank high school teacher Evan Clark and several of his engineering students who engraved the compasses, Brandon Wees, Matt Uracco, Dylan Satina, and Ben Friedrich. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hathorn, and thank you to all the teachers, staff, and students of this district. I think when we go through recognition, it's always amazing. We always have the student and staff recognition, and then the board recognition comes every so often. But the real when you really know when the school is doing its thing, and this is a tribute to the teachers, to the admin, to all the support staff, is when you go into that student and staff recognition and you see what our students are accomplishing, not just inside the classroom, but outside the classroom, and how that follows our mission, vision, and values of teaching every student every day inside and outside the classroom. It's amazing. There's never a shortage on those student recognitions. So thank you to the students, staff, and admin. Thank you. Item 1.07 is correspondence, and there was quite a bit of correspondence, so I'm going to withhold Ms. Williams from reading all the names. We appreciate the community input. The names are listed on our website for those who contacted the board. We do appreciate it. We may not get back to all of them, but we do go through and read them, and it is appreciated. Thank you. Item 1.08 is a motion to approve the minutes as attached.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 2.01 is strategic plan update and a motion to take action on the updated strategic plan. Dr. Miller, do you want to review before we go into this?
Second.
Apologize.
No, I don't have anything to add.
Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion prior to voting on this, I am going to make a small motion of a change, minor change, but in just thinking about this, we have the January 17th date there. That was the date that we had originally talked about foregoing full mask optional. I'm just going to make a motion to change, and I don't know the best way to put this, but it's an amendment to change the January 17th date to January 10th. Again, the motion is relatively minor. It would put bus to bus in effect immediately, which means everything throughout the day stays the same as we would do next Monday. Just looking to initiate it right away. If there's sporting events this week, extracurricular activities, students could take advantage and parents could take advantage.
Can you just repeat that, please?
I'm making a motion to change any of the dates that say January 17th in the health and safety plan to January 10th.
To January 10th?
That's tonight.
That's today, yes. I.e. effective immediately.
But no change to the February 16th date.
Correct.
January 10th. Okay. But I'm going to but keep the February 16th date.
Correct. The only date that changes, I'm just saying, let's change the 17th to today and move forward. Okay. But that's a motion. It would need seconded if we're going to vote on it.
Second.
motion to change the date for just the effectiveness of bus to bus to January 10th, i.e. effective now, versus the 17th has been made. Is there any discussion?
Just a question of, does the administration see any unforeseen impact by the change?
It's changing it from the outside of school hours by a few days. I guess what I would ask is, part of transition is communication, and not everybody's engaged in tonight's board meeting. Following tonight, we'll need to send a comprehensive communication out to our student, staff, and families explaining what has happened tonight, whatever the outcome of the vote of the board. I would just ask for either, Wednesday's the 12th. It would allow communication tomorrow, the 11th, and let us better manage the process. So, again, no real problem between the 17th versus the 12th, but immediately it's just an issue of potential confusion in communication.
Yeah, I was just going to add, for us, coaches, sponsors, site managers and things like that, just to give us an opportunity to make sure they clearly understand everything would be appreciated.
I think it's it's not a big deal, but you first made it so it would be effective in 2 hours from now. It's 10 o'clock at night. Yeah. It's crazy. It just looks bad. This coming up, we worked on this, that came out, people noticed, and now 10 o'clock at night, when reasonable people have turned off their computers, getting ready for bed, let's come up with another date. I mean, that's how it looks. I know that's not how you intend, but try to curtail that, because I think as a body, it makes us look capricious and unpredictable, frankly. And for that reason alone, which is a great reason, I won't support the amendment, because this plan has been out here viewed, discussed, beaten up for days now, and let's stick with that. It's tenuous and it's controversial enough, but just leave it there.
Yep, understood. And it was something that after we thought about after we discussed this and put this together, and then I just thought, well, what's the difference between now and the 17th? So understood, points taken. It was just an amendment that I wanted to make. Couldn't add it to the agenda, obviously, because of whenever I thought about it, I was just like, well, the best way to do this would be through an amendment. So motion to just amend the health and safety plan to anywhere it says effective January 17th, it would say January 10th, has been made and seconded and discussed. Ms. Williams, we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Sure. Dr. Mihalik?
No.
Ms. Brusalis?
Yes.
Mr. DiTullio?
Yes.
Mr. Kashani?
Yes.
Dr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Cassidy?
Yes.
Mr. Lyons?
No.
Mrs. Hillman?
Yes.
Mrs. Turchick?
Yes.
Yes. Motion.
The motion to amend has been made and seconded, so we are now voting on the revised health and safety plan, the only difference being from what was originally posted, and I don't know if Ms. Williams can make all those changes in 2 seconds, but we still have before us the motion to approve the health and safety plan. The only difference being the January 17th date is now replaced by January 10th.
So I have just heard motion to approve the amended health and safety plan, or can do it updated as amended. Motion to approve the updated health and safety plan as amended. I'll just put it that way.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
So Greg, I would like to just comment. I know you already asked for comments on this. For me, what the teachers, the feedback they've given us and their voice and all this was not lost on me. And so I did want to express my gratitude for the teachers for that. And I do wonder, though, for those that say, not now, before the school year, it's the summer, cases are low, but it's still, that wasn't the time either. So when is going to be the time? I just feel like we are caught up in this fear that has paralyzed us. And it does make me wonder if for those that are so afraid, if it'll ever change. And but at least for tonight's vote, I do appreciate that the teachers feel that strongly, so I can support what they're saying and delay it for a month. So.
Mr. DiTullio, do we have a second? Did we get a second on that?
I'll second it.
I seconded
Okay.
both.
You did both.
The
Sorry.
original
I didn't-
and the amendment.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay, sorry about that.
Anyone else have a comment prior to?
I just have a little comment I want to make similar to what Mark said. It concerns me that, again, we might just keep pushing this and never get to a point. As it was, we could have done this on December 13th when we met. We just thought, people asked, wait till the holiday. We listened. We said 2 weeks after the holiday. Of course, we didn't know Omicron was coming. So that happened. We all have different feelings about the masks. Some people think this is like their silver magic bullet. Some people think it's theater. I think we all need to respect what other people think. I mean, there are people that think very differently than me, and I've tried really hard to think about what they feel and what they think about what's going to protect them and their family. And I think people that we need to think about everybody, and everybody needs to try to put themselves in other people's shoes and think about how they feel. And I think that will help us all as a community to be more respectful, as we go forward and, get the masks off.
Dr. Maurer?
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't know a single person who wakes up and goes, woohoo, I'm wearing a mask today. I have yet to meet somebody like that. And I agree, Ms. Turchak, Amy, I agree. We do need some sort of target, some sort of benchmark when we as a community can say, hey, it's time. But I'm thankful for your flexibility in the recognition, recognizing that right now is not the time because of Omicron. So I think the challenge ahead of us then as a board is to do exactly what Ms. Turchak says, is realize there's very diverse opinions on this. And I think our community was pretty loud. And to try to work as a community with all stakeholders to determine when it is the time. If things would have been the same, Mark, you talk about summer, if things would have been in July as they were in September, October, I would have been for this is the time. But the conditions change. And we have to be mindful that some people don't consider it living in fear. They consider it living in reality. And so if we want to move together as a community, we do have to be mindful of that. And again, I thank you. I think this is a really important step for our teachers to feel safe, for parents of immunocompromised children to feel safe. But I just encourage the board to continue this idea that we need to talk. We need to talk to our stakeholders. We need to talk to our community. Thank you.
Dr. Mahalik?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just give a shout out to the teachers and the staff who've spoken up. It takes an enormous amount of courage to speak up on a topic that is so heated like this. And I think it speaks very well to our culture as a district that our staff feels like they can, that they can raise concerns like this to us and that we listen to them. That means so much as a community and as an organization, and it's to the credit of the administration for cultivating that. So I'm very thankful for all of those things and that we are able to adapt and find our way and move forward. And for that, I can't express enough thanks for everyone who's spoken up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second that, Matt. I mean, some people ask me, you guys must be getting a lot of really, really nasty emails from some of these teachers. And I said, what? Never. Never. In 12 years. And we did not again. we received communications. They were civil, courteous, fact-based. I mean, what a class act, up and down. What a very full inbox, but a pleasure to read and respond to those messages. And so I want to thank the teachers and thank this board for listening to their concerns and supporting them yet again in, honestly, a battle that they've been at the front lines in waging. All of our responses and mitigation efforts are really putting our staff, administrators, our school nurses, making their lives, well, frankly, better, but it's hard work. So I thank the board for considering all that.
Thank you. Anyone else? And I'm just going to say, and I know some people will disagree with my reasoning. My reasoning didn't have anything to do with the variant and where we are with that. My decision was solely based on, and I got to credit all the teachers, but I'm going to discuss Mr. Vins and Mr. Davini in particular, being able to sit down with them and have the conversations that we had and talk about the concerns that they had, and pulling parts of it out and basically just talking about the implementation process. And for me, the date of February 16th comes down to when we would be ready as an organization, and in particular when the teachers felt that they would be comfortable with the implementation of the new plan, be it what it may. That to me was the key and why I focused on, why we settled on and focused on that date of February 16th. I believe that that gives the teachers, the administration, support staff, the time to have everything ready for an implementation. I think that that's going to be a key, regardless of where we end up, and we will review on February 7th, but regardless of where we end up, and regardless if you agree or disagree, and if we go live February 16th, the one thing that I can say about February 16th that will be different than January 17th is February 16th, this organization will be ready to roll. February 17th, I admit, was going to be pushing it, but February 16th, we will be ready to roll, which will be the reason for my vote. Ms. Williams, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Hillman.
Does everybody understand what they're voting on here?
The motion is motion to approve the updated health and safety plan as amended that has the new January 10th replacement of January 17th date. Mrs. Hillman?
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Mihalik?
Yes.
Mr. DiTullio?
Yes.
Mr. Kashani?
Yes.
Dr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Lyons?
Yes.
Mrs. Turchik?
Yes.
Mrs. Brusalis?
Yes.
Mr. Cassidy?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to...
Before we move on, just a few
Yes,
other
Dr. Miller.
pieces. So thank you to the board. Variety of stakeholder perspectives, a whole lot of public health information and data has been reviewed. One of the recommendations tonight, though, in the presentation update is we have to determine how, from a public health perspective, we're going to move forward. So, between now and February 7th, we have to think about how are we organizing and who in order to determine sort of the what and when. So I'm looking for input. We had a structure in place that I felt comfortable with as superintendent of schools, not because I agree or disagree with what came out of the council, but because of the manner in which it was designed and implemented. I don't believe we have time to constitute a new group to be able to determine what that is, communicate that out, gather interest. So my suggestion would be, but again, I defer to the board's input, that we have meetings similar to tonight, which is an advertised joint governance meeting with a health and safety focus. The challenge is the breadth of that and the who is invited to participate, the manner in which that occurs, who vets that. Those are not simple questions with easy answers. And the reality is we're going to need to have that happening in parallel with ongoing discussions with PREA and ESPA. We have parents who completed a survey on masking and then completed a survey on education model choice. From my perspective, that has an impact, but that's sort of yesterday's news now, for lack of a better way of thinking about that. Things are going to continue to change and emerge. What we know from the data is that I say only, not to minimize, we have 81 students or families who selected a full virtual model the last time we asked. We did ask that question, though, prior to the surge of cases that is happening right now, and we don't know when that surge will end. So ultimately, though, we have a recommendation to post an elementary position that would tee up the potential for kindergarten as direct synchronous instruction and offer some support. 2 special education long-term substitute positions, one K-6, one 7-12. If we post those positions, work through our process, that would allow us to identify individuals, and their skills, certification, et cetera, will be used no matter what happens. So I do believe it's a worthwhile investment to identify those staff members and have them prepared. Beyond that, we have philosophical discussions to understand. That is to say, February 16th will be here in a blink of an eye. I mean, that's the reality. There's a million things going on, and we will be there before we know it. And so, how do we offer a full virtual option for those who are not comfortable in the in-person environment is the question we have to ask and be willing to answer. Historically, the answer to that would be, we're going to provide flexibility and choice so that when we get to February 16th, if you will, for a implementation, we have already back mapped to that and are ready to go. So we would be pushing hard to be ready for February 7th so that if it's sort of go, no go, we're able to communicate that and then do the necessary things to effectively transition. So again, a lot of work happening in the next few weeks. The manner in which we do that work, I just need some input on.
Thank you. As we move into item 3 and consent agenda, I just want to remind everyone, the policy that we just enacted is effective today. So if you are uncomfortable wearing a mask, it is no longer required, just as an aside.
Are we going back to what I just said?
Greg,
I need help. This is a cry for help here, so we got to understand.
Well, so on that case, I guess number 1 would be, we have the health and safety leadership as it's currently structured last met Wednesday.
So the healthcare leaders, so just for terminology's sake, the Healthcare Leadership Council was the group of 43.
Yes.
What we had last Monday and tonight was a joint governance meeting with a focus on the health and safety plan and educational model update. So again, I don't know that it would be effective or appropriate to try to adapt the Healthcare Council. I mean, it'll take us 2 weeks to do that. My suggestion to this group is that we determine dates to advertise for exactly like we had today at 4, but they're going to be on off nights because there are no board nights between now and February 7th. So I think if we picked a couple of nights, better to pick them and advertise them, cancel them if necessary. We get in trouble if we don't, because we have to advertise in advance. So again, the issue to me isn't do we schedule joint governance meetings with a focus on health and safety? It's who else are we asking to participate in that? My suggestion as a place to start would be the representative stakeholders groups, not necessarily people, but the groups who are reflected in the Leadership Council. So teachers, paraprofessionals, transportation, food service. We've got a variety of stakeholders there. On the subject matter experts, though, it's perhaps there are some who want to continue, perhaps there are additional people to add to it, but it's the question of how are we identifying, introducing, advertising, vetting, et cetera, to do that.
So from a date standpoint, if just looking ahead and then being able to put together an agenda for the 7th, I would say that the latest that we would do would be that Monday, I believe it's January 31st. That would be the latest that I would look at, but I don't know if doing any earlier than that is feasible from putting everything together. So the 31st kind of is the target that I have in my head, but I don't know if it works for everyone.
I mean, so I don't think I think that's too late. So think about the surveys that happened, right?
Well, I'm also being mindful of Dr. Miller said it's 2 weeks just to try to put that together. So we've,
No. I mean, we just said Barb can advertise them as early as tomorrow. The next advertising cycle.
They won't go in until Thursday.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. But I mean, so Thursday the 13th, they go in. Is that advertising them on Sunday?
It would be advertised on Thursday.
It would be in the paper, if you will, on Thursday. Okay, so we can go as early as next Monday, the 17th. We could go the 24th. We could do the 24th and 31st to give a little time. Again, in this case, time will be helpful in understanding what's happening with transmission. But at the same time, we need to focus some of our attention on those tightening, loosening, and that's going to take some dedicated discussion. So I think the next meeting, that would be a good place for us to focus to understand what that means. And then again, we have a commitment to our children and families and executing that with staff. So what does that look like as well? So again, I don't believe we're going to need our whole team there, but we're going to need to figure out who are the subject matter experts and how do we balance that. Like Mara Paxan, for example, member of the Healthcare Leadership Council, lead psychologist in the district, specifically a part of the mental health focus that's a part of what we do. Mara is a good example of someone we would want there.
So from a date standpoint, the 17th just feels quick, in my opinion. I think the 24th and 31st, but again, I know, Peter, you thought the 31st was too late.
Can we do a Wednesday night? Yeah.
We can,
I have a conflict on the 24th.
The Wednesdays are bad because I know at least two of our folks, but Thursdays are usually our off night meeting, if you will. Yeah. So Thursdays are in play for me as well. I just think that trying to do it by the 17th, if we did more the 20th, it feels a little better. I think the 20th is a Thursday. Yeah, so the 20th, 27th, you said the 24th is bad for you?
But if we couldn't meet that Thursday, I would do the 24th or the 27th.
20th, 27th, and then the 31st. Those are the 3 dates that I think make sense. Then, if that, especially if that 24th is not good, but I think the 17th feels a little bit quick. That's just from a date standpoint. Then once we get the date, how do we want to do it? And in my opinion, again, we've got an item that was discussed, but it's tabled right now, so I don't think it's the proper time to fully vet that. But we haven't gotten to the point where we've pulled healthcare leadership fully under a joint governance, but it makes sense, in my opinion, to do that in open. I think that if we combine what we did today with what we did last Wednesday in the healthcare leadership and kind of mesh those together, which it's many of the key stakeholders, correct? But I do think that paring it down, I think that size of 40-some is large. So if we could pare that down a bit, but again, we've got a lot of key stakeholders. So, but I think those stakeholders are critical. I mean, we need all of the labor factions.
The 43, the only thing that made the 43 big was the number of subject matter experts. I mean, the other positions are pretty. If you look at the list that we have on that slide, you see, it's not just having teachers, it's having teachers in multiple content areas at multiple grade levels, representing various buildings. We have building level technology coaches because they're part of who helps lead the use of technology integration. So again, those individuals have been serving for 20 months. Some of them, I'm sure, would appreciate continuing. Some of them may not. I think it's fair if we shift the structure or approach that we give them the opportunity to continue or not, and then replace and figure that out. I feel good about that. It's more about, again, the expertise component, the medical and healthcare professionals, and how we're going to navigate that. That's the biggest challenge, I think, on the invite.
Looking for board input. Oh,
Well,
sorry.
But, so who was on the call? It was virtual, so remind me who was on the Healthcare Leadership Council call.
On Wednesday or today? Okay.
Oh, I know, Lisa. Yeah, and, so all along here. I mean, how would you guys compare and contrast, apart from some of the perspectives which were interesting, but I mean, how would you compare and contrast the meeting and the dialogue and the back and forth? So, yeah, tonight versus that call.
The joint governance tonight versus the health council meeting. Tonight we were able to hear differing opinions. And I know
Ms. Hillman, if you could speak, I'm sorry, just so everyone online can also hear.
Tonight we were able to hear differing opinions, which was helpful. And I know there was some discussion on how we brought in different experts, and that's a discussion we can have. But it was nice to hear both sides of it, which I didn't hear during the health council meeting. And although we only heard from 4 experts during that Google Meet, they did all agree. So it was nice to hear the other side, and I think we need to listen to what the other side is saying.
I don't necessarily ascribe to the both-sidism philosophy for how it should run. If you look at a traffic light and it's red, and everybody standing around there sees it as red, you don't want someone showing up and saying, well, I saw green. And I think what we saw on the call last Wednesday is these are people who work in the community in public health. There's not a lot of dissension among those folks about what to do, especially because what they see working is working. So, tonight what's different is there are people here who have a different ideology and who have selected people to come and present an alternative point of view to somehow equate them, I don't think is necessarily the right philosophy. I do think it's important to hear from different perspectives, but the mistake comes when, after 20 months and 43 experts, you bring in 4 more, and suddenly now that alternative perspective deserves equal weight in the discussion, because that's not how medical expertise works. So what I'm saying is, just to cut to the chase, why mess with the Healthcare Leadership Council? Keep it. It served us well. If people want to leave because they're tired, sure, but don't mess with it because it works. And we can bring in some other alternative perspectives as well too for discussion.
Can I jump in real quick? Aside from whether whatever ideology you think the people who were assembled here were on one side or the other, or no side, I'm not making I like this format of having all of us participate in what is a very important subject for us. And whoever we choose to bring forward, I think there are 2 important elements that are missing from the Health Leadership Council as it's been in the past, is that the representation of all of the board, because I think we all ultimately have to weigh in, and it's important for all of us to hear from those experts, maybe have the opportunity to ask questions of those experts, and I feel like that was a missing piece. That, and having the public being able to view that, hear our discussions, and maybe some of our thinking, not just our thinking around here, but also, we have some impressive people in our community. What are they thinking? I mean, their children go to school with our children, and on top of that, they're top of their fields. So I think it's important for all of us to have a view of what's going on in that, especially as we're weighing these important decisions that are facing our school district. So I really liked what happened tonight, regardless of what people thought about the new folks that were brought in, whether they brought something to the table or not. I think this is a great way to move forward with this particular leadership council, because I think it's important information that we all need to see, at least from a community perspective. And I think maybe even as a board we all need to participate in.
Just a couple things. Language matters, and so I sometimes the Healthcare Leadership Council is something that has been in operation. If we're doing something different, we don't want to mix the language of what we're talking about, because then it's not clear to anybody. And we have had misspeak. I don't mean that in a negative way, but that's a disaster. If we're not clear and precise in our language, we cannot effectively communicate, and you know that as well as anybody does. The biggest question that the board, whether that was a board that had a, if you will, minority opinion around health and safety, the biggest question that we were all asking in many of those Healthcare Leadership Council meetings is the question, when can we loosen? That was an ongoing discussion. So I just want everybody to understand that. Chris Misbach was the board member who was a part of that committee. Any board member who was on the board could have submitted any number of questions to ask, and we do listen. So if Greg DiTullio, for example, at a board meeting is saying something about, hey, what about this? When can we do this? When can we do that? We hear that. We take that. We make that a part of what's discussed, and we go through it. So again, I appreciate Dr. Mihalik's comments. I appreciate your comments, Ms. Brsalis. You know, what we cannot do is, it's whatever today's date is, the 10th. We're back here the 7th. I do not want to engage the Healthcare Leadership Council in work that is either questioned or not of value to decision making to this body at this time. I'm not in any way saying the Healthcare Leadership Council does not have value. I would argue the opposite. But what I'm saying is, at this time, it may not have value to inform this body. So how can we, right now, figure out a way that we can cue things up? There's a million things behind the scenes. It's not just the educational programming, it's this. And there's the debt conversation we had in item 1.02. So there's a million things that are important, and we've got to figure out a way to do that. So again, joint governance, we have town halls. Town hall is a public meeting structure that allows two-way communication with the audience and with others. The pro of tonight is we're having dialogue in public. The con of tonight is that the public cannot engage during the discussion to ask questions or get clarification. Joint governance, again, has benefits. Town halls have benefits. Healthcare Leadership Council had benefits. So my perspective is complex organizations need a variety of meeting structures and purposes for different reasons. For different reasons and at different times. We want to have the flexibility to understand what is needed when. We have a lot of moving parts. So I hope Mr. Vins went home to go to bed. But in the morning, I'll be communicating with Mr. Vins to talk about, yeah, let me just pause for a second. Are you guys, okay. I may be able to help if you're not. Are you comfortable, Brian?
Oh, I'm somewhat uncomfortable, but I think we'll get it.
Okay, so again, the most important thing isn't that we are doing board action like in the moment. The most important thing is that we actually capture what's going on, so don't feel any pressure as backup board secretary. We'll figure it out. In a philosophical sense, we can talk about that some other time. Different meetings, different purposes, different participation, how we do it, blah, 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 all that stuff. Right now, we are in operation mode. It is January 10th. We immediately changed a practice or policy in the district regarding our health and safety plan that we've not yet communicated. So I've already shared with Mr. DiTullio a draft communication that he'll need to review so that tomorrow, as soon as possible, we can get that communication out to our community about this. Just for everybody's awareness in the public, online, and here in this room, I write all sorts of stuff, no matter what happens, so that we have a communication ready to go. It's not presumptuous. It's when you need to act and communicate, we need to act and communicate. So I prepare all sorts of things so that we're ready to go when we go. So we have tightening and loosening to figure out. We want to have representation of the workforce and stakeholders. We want to have representation of diverse medical backgrounds. So the Healthcare Leadership Council, I'll mention it again, not to beat a horse, but I'll mention the titles, forget the names. So we had a practicing emergency physician for 21 years, working in Butler Health System, contacts throughout Allegheny Health System, UPMC, who works with someone who is from Johns Hopkins, senior scholar, directly engaged in COVID-19. So that's one individual. General pediatrician, we mentioned, an infectious disease pharmacist, an associate professor of medicine at University of Pittsburgh, who's directing the antimicrobial management program. Pediatric nurse practitioner, research physiologist, specific research background in PPE. Again, registered nurse, improvement specialist in quality safety. We had the Pandemic Operations Center lead from Allegheny Health Network. We had another doctor of pharmacy degree who evaluates primary literature, clinical studies for safety and efficacy. We had the president and CEO of Allegheny Health Network. We had a professor of microbiology and molecular genetics from University of Pittsburgh studying evolution of infectious diseases and the curator of the American Society of Microbiology. Our school physician, and then we had someone leave the council who was a chief medical and clinical transformation officer. So again, it's what subdisciplines does the board want to, those were the types of things we were trying to evaluate originally, but it's what subdisciplines and how do we want to manage that? Or does it matter? To what degree does it matter? How do we cue that up? So I want to feel good about it. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever date we pick, let's say we pick January 20th, we're in here, right? We're talking about tightening and loosening. In order to inform the tightening and loosening, we got to have people.
So time matters too.
Yeah.
And I got a full work day here printed. We took one vote. That whole debate, it didn't change the fact that all of the major healthcare bodies in this country, including everybody that, even those who disagreed with masks, all the bodies they work for, all require masks. All their universities require masks. But, yeah, it's 2022. You can go on the internet, go on Facebook, and find somebody to have any opinion, and we can bring them in here. It didn't persuade me that the CDC's recommendation is flawed, and repeating that the CDC's recommendation is the basis for our plan didn't persuade anybody here either, right? It was more local than that. It was listening to workforce and looking at stuff on the ground. And that's where I think really that work needs to be done. Christine, I don't actually, and I would find going to that level of detail and what's discussed at that level of detail. So discussing the desk arrangement. I mean, what was funny is everyone said there was never disagreement at Healthcare Leadership Council. You were there. Was there disagreement at this week's Healthcare Leadership Council? Yes, there was. That's where we talked about the desk arrangements, didn't we? Everybody who said tonight there's been no disagreement with the Healthcare Leadership Council was 100% wrong. There is. It was refinement. It doesn't look like talking back and forth at each other about your study's flawed or not. That's not what it looks like. Do you need to be there for every step of that? You will find it exhausting, and you won't necessarily get it right. Greg, you're trying to micromanage the schools. You were told, don't do it for tomorrow, give us a couple days, but now it's for tomorrow. And everyone went to bed thinking it wasn't. Which is a mess. That's not how professional organizations are run. we get hammered with comparisons to private sector, but it all goes out the window when we're trying to implement. So we have details to consider on the ground. But staging a bunch of, people who agree with the CDC, don't agree with the CDC, I don't think that's going to move the ball forward at all. We can spend hours
And
doing it.
that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is moving that mechanism, which is the Healthcare Leadership Council, with not having a different, put them all on the phone for us. Have us participate. Allow the public to watch it. We can talk about, who the right people are, but I think this was productive, and I would hope that it's well received in the community, be able to see who these people are, what their advice is. I think there's nothing wrong with that, especially when we have these particular issues before us, and it is such an important issue that it is COVID, we're not filling the auditorium, but it's full for a school board meeting. There are a lot of people here who care about this issue. What is wrong with opening it up? That's all I'm asking. We could be here all night to talk about who those right people are, who should participate in it, and that's maybe something that we should fine tune, but I think the issue is it's important for us to all have eyes on this and not have a filter, and the community shouldn't have a filter either. That's all I'm saying with this particular issue. I think this was good. Whether you disagree with an expert or two who was there, that's irrelevant right now. I think it was good to have this discussion here in the open. That's all I'm saying.
That shouldn't be happening regularly, though. These are unusual circumstances because we have a new variant coming at a time when people want to,
See, I would disagree. I would say it should have been in the public view since the pandemic began and the Health Leadership Council was formed. I think the community deserved to hear the advice that we were basing our
The advice
policies
was
on.
shared.
They did.
Everything was shared.
It wasn't, no, there are no minutes.
There was
It's not videotaped. The public can't just show up and attend. We didn't even know when the meetings were.
It's part of our job to discuss this stuff.
I
so
know.
So that everything that the district needs to do doesn't have to
But we had
result
one board
in a
member attending.
Please, I let you speak, so please let me speak. Everything that involves the running of the district doesn't have to involve a performative act in public in order for things to get done. What we're experiencing right now is what happens when a board moves from thinking about guiding policy to help the administration move forward and make progress to actually substituting our own decisions for what the administration should
And
be
I
doing.
would say it
And
is
it's
not
bad.
a performative
It's-
act when my vote.
Can you just let Matt finish his comment, and yes, please.
Please. So we'll be here all night, weekly, and the district will become very frustrated because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's coming from a place where you just don't trust people. I think that there's the people on that Healthcare Leadership Council deserve trust because they are trusted people in the community. There's nothing nefarious about what they're doing. They have provided fabulous advice for us and has allowed us to move quickly and address concerns when they happen. Now, okay, we want to expand the pool and get more opinions. That's totally fine. But it doesn't require public meetings for every single decision for us to be able to run a school district. That is not an appropriate way in which a board should be operating.
And I would say our health and safety policies are important, probably the most important decisions we're making in this immediate time. And it should be in the public view, and we should be having these discussions, and the community should be able to see what we're hearing. And I find it important to inform my vote. Just recently, wasn't able to attend this week because I was out of town, but I appreciate the opportunity to sit in. But that doesn't mean if we just have 4 people because we are afraid of the sunshine law, that we can't have this be in the public view and have it be part of our Everyone should have a view as we're making these decisions. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why we're afraid to
Do
have
we need
this
3 hours or
public.
3 minutes?
No, I think from
that's the thing.
I don't
Ms.
think I'm going to
Persalis,
be able to persuade you to be more trustful of experts.
from Ms. Persalis'
It's
standpoint,
about
I think
trust.
that
I don't know why you're hung up on that, but this is just about having it out in the open.
Ms. Persalis, if
A
I
lot of
may.
people care about this issue.
I think so a point that Ms. Persalis is making is that we make it public. I think the issue that we can't do is have it the way it happened tonight. And not that tonight wasn't good. The issue is the current healthcare leadership calls are much more efficient as far as time goes. So if we can, again, when I talk about blending the two, how can we do this in public and we hold it to a 45 minute to 1 hour time frame, right? In particular, taking into account and being mindful of the healthcare experts that we do invite, right? We've got a lot of stakeholders that are going to be here that are much more invested in the school itself. Not saying that the healthcare professionals aren't, but that's not what they're here for. So if we can keep it to a point where it's in public, where everyone can hear what's being said, it's recorded, etc., but in that more efficient manner than today. Today was almost like an open meeting, if you will, but a little bit more contained. I'm saying contain it more like the calls go, right? Which I've only been on one, and I think it was a little different because it was early on in the process. But I think much more like the calls go, where there's an update by Dr. Miller, very concise. There's comments by the healthcare leaders, and we can issue our questions to them ahead of time. I think getting involved in a dialogue back and forth with them like tonight would take too long. That would not be efficient. But if it's ahead of time, if people have questions about quarantine or contact tracing, they can put those out. The healthcare council can look at that, and we can get those experts to weigh in during their comments, and then we get feedback then from all the key stakeholders. Again, I think it can be done much more efficiently than tonight, but it can also be done in the open, I think. So I think it blends the two is what I'm kind of suggesting. So again, a 6 to 7 o'clock time frame, we get it done in that time frame type of thing.
So to be clear, it was always done in the open, and the recommendations were always made in the open. If there was nothing that came out of a Healthcare Leadership Council that didn't go through this body 100% in the open. To suggest, as Matt did, in an organization as large as ours with nearly $100 million budget, 500 employees, there are decisions, there are discussions in our central offices, in our principal offices, in our teacher break rooms about curriculum, about discipline, about things that ultimately influence policy all the time. They don't have an impact on policy or the strategy of this district until they come through this body. That's how we work. It will be exhausting to try to maintain that. Think about all the things you just threw out. By the way, our committee meetings or joint governance meetings are typically not recorded. The exchange that we had, it wasn't as collegial as the Healthcare Leadership Council. It changed, and not for the better. It was a different dynamic. And anyone who's actually been on a positive board and been on positive work meetings that try to move a goal forward would see that was not positive. That was not positive. The environment that was created impacted that. I don't know how you can't see that. Maybe it's because you haven't seen what positive board meetings look like. They don't involve being here till 11 o'clock at night and hours of public comment. I'll say it, a lot of it's redundant, but people feel the need to keep saying it because you don't know what's going to happen next Monday. Tune in. Don't know what's coming. That's what we're setting us up for. And so we're going to drag things out more and more because everyone's, what's coming. There's not a consistency. There's not a smoothness or predictability. There's not a we're going to get a 3-minute summary. I don't need 3 hours of a mask debate replayed for me. Nobody does.
What I'll say is this particular right now, the Health and Safety Committee and everything with healthcare, associated with it is related to the pandemic. That is a different circumstance than a lot of things we do, i.e., let's take finance, for instance. What we were given from PNC, there was a lot of background information that goes into it, and we were given a summary. And I'm comfortable with that, and I think most people would. This is a pandemic that we're in. I think that people want to know what's going into these decisions. And I get it that we're giving a summary, but again, and I know you said there was debate and there was differences of opinion in the Healthcare Leadership Council call, but we heard from a healthcare and what I heard from a healthcare leadership person today was that, hey, 100% of the time we agree. That's just concerning, and that's the first time I've heard that in public, and it was 100% we agree. That is concerning, because we don't agree. It's clear we don't agree. We have a split board on the issue. So to say that you heard something that was not how you feel now makes it inefficient or wrong, I don't agree with that concept.
No.
But to say that it happening in public is in any way, shape, or form bad, I just simply don't agree with, especially when it is so contentious. We have so many people that are interested in it, and if they're hearing what we're hearing from healthcare and those recommendations, and it's open in public, and they can hear from the healthcare leadership directly, I think that would impact a lot of this.
But at the end of the day, the real big thing there is you have a board that disagrees, and that's where you need to do the work, is so how do we get, and a 3-hour performative meeting doesn't get us closer together. So how do we do the work to resolve that? So you have a board that disagrees. You can have a 6-hour meeting. You know what you're going to have at the end of that? A board that disagrees. So how do we resolve that? Because I don't think my CDC guidance against, Joe's neighbor or something is going to resolve that in terms of the opinion with respect to mitigation. I don't think we're going to disagree. And so even after you do all that, we still have this work to do. And honestly, I have never spent, since mid-December, our meeting times have gone up exponentially, and substance, the actual, gone down. I'm not talking about good stuff.
And organizational satisfaction has been seriously stressed in the process.
So we need to talk about the sticks and stones, right? The brick and mortar of what response means. Is there a willingness of this board? Not is there a willingness of this doctor, this nurse, or this hospital executive to have a phased mitigation that responds to data. But is there any, I'm not really sure, is there any willingness of this body? I need to talk to you guys to figure that out, I think.
Ms. Hillman had a comment.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
can't see you, Lisa, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to respond to Peter. Even though you or we may think it's not worth our time to sit and listen to them however long we may give them, it is important to the community because they want to understand how we're making the decision, what information we're getting, who we're listening to, and why we're making the decision. So right now it is a lot of time, but I think it's worth the time and the effort.
So here's my concern. It is 10:49. So far, I'm sorry, 10:49. So far, we've covered finance. No, we haven't really covered finance because there's other things we need to cover, right? We just had the report.
Yeah, I mean, you guys
that was
get
just
some-
that service.
Yeah, that was just that service.
And we scratched the surface of that because we had more to,
We have an consent agenda that involves kids' field trips. We have issues of staffing. We have oh my goodness.
Toilets. We've got toilets coming up too.
Yeah, we have academic achievement. What? Wait, what? Academic achievement? You mean we're actually here and concerned and it doesn't deserve the same time? I mean, look at this. There's no one here now because it is now 10:49. And we have been here since 4 o'clock. And there's nobody here to hear about academic achievement or staff services. are we doing our staff and our children justice when these important things are going to get neglected because we're going to rush through them because it's 10:49 and there's nobody. So what about the public? What about the public part of that, Christina?
Can I ask a question, Greg?
Yes.
So I'm just going to use a practical example, and I don't want to put board members on the spot, but I think given where we are, I want to pose the question to the board and see if we're ready to be put on the spot. So as an assertion, transmission level matters to me. Positivity rate, less so, because they're connected to each other in some ways. They talk about how much virus is in the community, but transmission level matters to me. I don't believe, based on not just I think I feel, I don't believe that 50 or 100 necessarily is the gold standard for what level of transmission should be a place where we tighten or loosen. Those have been in place for a long period of time. To suggest 101 is different than 99 or 175, like there are a whole lot of things that are in there, but transmission matters to me. The number of kids who would need to be quarantined matters to me, especially while the public health guidance and expectations placed on us by PDE, by the PA Department of Health, and the expectations by Allegheny County Health Department are that we do it. There will come a time that we don't do it. The question is, what is that time? Is that time March? Is it April? Is it May? When is it? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows because it's not endemic yet. It's going to be. And I think to me, that's what we were hearing tonight. We were hearing two philosophies. One that suggests that we need to step into the endemic phase now in advance of the public health agency suggesting that that's where we are. If pick a number, if 3 people think transmission level matters and 6 people don't, or if 7 people feel like staff absences matter but 2 don't, having that information is going to be as helpful to what we're preparing for and the reality of things. Having multiple joint governance meetings, if 6 people believe that the number of cases in students and staff or the transmission level is not really a key driver of a decision point, let's get that out there. If that's the case, then we can act. We don't need to advertise. We don't need to spend time. We can, but we don't need to. We can move and we can get where we need to go. So I don't want to put people on this. That's not what we typically do, but we've talked about this, and for the info's not changing. The only thing that's changing is the case numbers. CDC guidance changed. That stuff continues to happen. If we're ready, we can go around the horn. That input will help. So I just don't know.
Personally, I'm okay with that. Does anyone else have any issues with giving their input on? And so, what do you have? You have
so like transmission level. Does being in high transmission influence your decision? And you can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Seriously?
Guide, like the 100 is the high, using that number.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the CDC numbers
Okay,
are.
not
right
high like 1,500 like it is now, but like the CDC number. Okay.
So that's a good point. So the answer might be maybe. High is different highs, but the people do not exist to help guide gradations of high. It is not clear and bright. Matt.
I'd just like to offer a perspective of basic risk modeling. Risk is probability of some event happening times the damage that occurs when it does. So it's both factors. So the base rate of infection in the community is important because that's the risk that an event happens. That event can be a distribution of things anywhere from a bad head cold all the way up through respiratory failure. okay? So the variants of the virus matter, okay? Omicron has the base rate impact and the probability of getting it much higher. The data so far on the impact seems to be not as severe as Delta. Delta, you know, Mark asked, why did, in the summer, did we change it back? Delta, the impact of the disease was much more severe than the earlier variants, okay? And the probability distribution seemed to be similar. So that's what, both of those factors matter in what happens to the community. Then there's the reaction. Okay, what can we do to reduce the probability of getting it, and what can we do to mitigate the impact? Those are the only things that we really have control over. So a risk management person says, okay, the multi-layer strategy of reducing spread reduces the probability of transmission, and then having healthcare facilities available to help people when they get it is an important thing to manage the impact. When healthcare facilities are overflowing, they can't do that. So the impact gets more severe when that happens. And our staff, they understand this. Maybe it wasn't spelled out as mathematical of probability times impact, but intuitively they understand this, which is why we heard so passionately today of concern. It's not fear, it's risk, the perception of risk, and what people are comfortable with. So in anyhow, going forward, it does matter what the base rate of transmission is. It also matters what the data show in terms of what the impact is, but both of them together. Not one or the other, it's both together. And what is the status of our community for being able to handle what the impacts are? And then there's also a moral equation in that too. If some of those impacts are so severe, and for some populations that are vulnerable, those impacts, it may not be acceptable to tolerate some of those. Those are the range of things that I think we need to talk about to figure out how to go forward. In setting those numbers, we're not going to get a number of 100 or 50. It's both of those things together that will get us there.
Yeah, so agreed. And again, in addition to the measures and metrics, are things like the stakeholder input, right? They are the things like the workforce input, right? It's my impression that a significant impact on tonight's decision had to do with the comfort and confidence in our teaching staff to be able to effectively deliver instruction without additional challenges during a period of a surge. That's my feeling. That's my takeaway. So I'm just trying to, again, this is you are a decision-making body, you expect recommendations. We want to be efficient and effective in our work. We want to be inclusive, which is what I'm hearing. There's a desire to be visible at this time, especially related to health and safety. I'm all for it. We can advertise meetings, we can invite people, and we can encourage them to be candid in their thoughts. Different people have different levels of comfort in being candid in this type of environment.
So I did like where you were going, and I did want to hear what you said. Transmission. What else do you have on there?
Well, the same things that's on the slide that we've had. So
Okay.
the tightening and loosening slide,
Right.
if everybody has that up, I mean, those are the examples. What's not on there is the fact that the teachers have a high level of concern to loosen mitigation during a surge. It's not on there, but it matters. We don't have on there an approach that differs K6, let's say, versus 712. It may matter. It may not matter. When we asked the masking question pre-Omicron, or at the early stages of that, the response K3 was vastly different than the response 912. With that said, the cases 912 are blown through the roof. Now, a lot of that, we think, is tied to winter break, right? Life happens, and people are doing things, having fun, whatever those things are. Now we're back in the school setting. The high base rate means there's virus in the schools, of course, because there's virus everywhere. But what we do with that virus around is going to matter. It's going to cause a disruption. So again, that's the reality of what we're trying to balance. There's no right answer. It's all competing interests, and we have to try to find the sort of the balance point that Dr. Mihalik was talking about. I don't know that we need 30 more experts to inform that dialogue. I really don't. Because we've been hearing from them, we've been reading, we understand what they have to say. We have 100, I don't know how, I read the emails that come in. I couldn't put a number on it, but let's say 30 to 50 were from people who work directly in a healthcare environment in some way, shape, or form. Expressing their perspective on decision making. So again, we just need to take action. I mean, we got to figure out how we're going to take action and then do it. So I'm open Thursdays are not my preference, but I'll be here Thursday. If Thursdays are better, then Thursday's where we go. So like the 20th, I'm good if we want to advertise it. As soon as we advertise an open meeting, Mr. DiTullio, the first question at hand is going to be what?
Who's going to be there? What stakeholders are we?
No, not even that, right? We advertise a meeting, and then we identify an agenda, and we determine whether there's going to be community input at the front end, the back end, or both ends, right? So as soon as we determine to have a joint governance meeting, we have a decision to make, the board does. Do we want to hear from the community on the topics of important discussion? And if so, we're limiting it to 60 minutes at the front. Then we have whatever topic it is we want to address, or topics, or we want to take these three parts out of the big puzzle and focus on these three parts. So who are the right people for these three parts, and we get them in the room and we make sure they're available. And then after we've got up to, well, usually we don't do a time limit at the end. Speak until everybody's been heard. So that hour of productive work in a joint governance advertised setting, the reality of that, I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm not weighing in at all, but we could be looking at 3 hours for that hour. It's okay, but that's what it is.
So from the standpoint of the chart that you have going on, because I don't want to miss this, because the one piece that Matt was talking about that I think has been missed, because it's probably my biggest, is how do you, that risk assessment, if you will. And to me, when I look at all these, I've always gone back to why aren't we looking at hospitalization?
But risk of illness or risk of learning?
Well, from the risk of what's the negative impact, right? And in this sense, I'm talking from a health standpoint. I look at the hospitalizations. That's the number that's in my head. I don't know if that's right, wrong, or indifference, because I think when we talk staff absences, quarantine, that encompasses that risk of learning, if you will. Right. So if it's the balance, but the one thing that's always there is, okay, so what is the risk? Quarantine. I think there's a way to deal with quarantine that we're going to have to hash out here. I think it's different than what we're doing now based on what the CDC says as well. So again, that's me. I don't want to get into that right now, but whenever I look at this, how do we make these decisions? Do we need to have the subject matter experts? I think maybe it's not, we call them all in at the same time. It's more like what you did. Okay, we want to have a meeting on the 20th, and we're going to cover X, Y, Z. This we need subject matter experts on. This we need to know, how does the board want to discuss this? Quarantining, staff absences, how are we going to deal with that? What is the number that says we're over the top? You showed a slide today. Those are things that we can discuss without healthcare experts there, right? When we talk about, okay, if we're going to quarantine, how does it impact negatively if we do the quarantine a different way?
But
that would be.
And again, I say this with completely respect. We're trying to navigate a difficult time. So are we saying that the board will determine how We contact trace, quarantine, the health protocols that are followed within the school district?
I'm saying it's a discussion. It's one of the ways. How do we deal with it so that we're not having these big numbers of students missing school or teachers?
But we aren't. So again, so whatever the slide was, if we have 202 active cases,
yep,
those are 202 people who tested positive with COVID-19. Tested positive. So unless you're suggesting that during the first 5 days after symptom onset, or for an asymptomatic individual, they can just come in the very next day, then right now the CDC's revised guidance says they can be back on day 6 as long as they're fever-free and symptoms are improving. We're doing it. We executed that based on our joint governance last week. So the 202, they're sick. Varying levels of what that means. So unless we're saying doesn't matter at all, come in, then that's sort of a given. Day 6, they're in, as long as they're fever-free. The quarantine is not happening right now. If reducing or eliminating quarantine is important, there's 2 ways to do that. One, say we're not quarantining anybody anymore. The other would be to put a layered mitigation approach in place so that the chances of school-based quarantine are reduced significantly. That is what is in place.
But we're talking about something that right now has impacted, I think, 8 current students.
The concern has been brought forward that once we go...
What that is, Greg, is it's a sign of somebody who's not on the ground trying to put their fingers down here because you're making a mountain out of 8 kids. And you're trying to solve this quarantine thing when you don't even know the numbers. You let this district, our school nurses and our administrators come up with way to input, and they have, and it's working.
The concern has been brought forward that if we change mask and unmasked, right, that's going to greatly impact quarantine if that number flips. Part of what I'm talking about is how do we deal with that, and this isn't the time to hash it out.
Not if it doesn't increase transmission. There is a way to avoid that. So if everybody knows whether or not they're infected or not, then there's no problem.
So testing would be...
Right. So the way you substitute for masks allow us to be ignorant about who has the virus or not with a certain degree of flexibility. The suggestions for how you avoid that is gather more information. Rapid tests are one strategy that people are advancing to achieve that.
And again, to hash this, to me, is what we hash out at the 20th. And again, I'm just throwing that date out. Not here, because I have different opinions of that. I believe some folks would share my opinions because I've heard them talked about. But I think there's a different way to go about quarantining that is still within guidelines and still what people do in other places. But it's outside the box of where we are right now. That's the only thing. So again, it's different than where we are, but not necessarily. It's a compromise. Let's put it that way.
Let us in on the mystery.
The question is, this isn't the time to hash that out. We're trying to get into the details here. It is, what are we going to get into? So we do a Thursday the 20th meeting, and let's call it a Monday the 27th meeting. Do those two look different? To me, it very well could. Thursday the 20th, we get together and we talk about how are we going to do these things, or what suggestions do we have. Monday the 24th, and again, I throw that date out, maybe it's the 27th, Thursday. We then have at that point the healthcare leadership or healthcare experts, as well as all the stakeholders, but we can't hash this out here and then again on the 20th. That's all I'm saying. And we're trying to hash out things that I think should be delayed until we have a joint governance meeting specifically on that topic and ask those questions. But we also have to be open that, look, we're doing things a certain way now. We're doing things way different than we did a year ago. And what I'm suggesting is that in about a month from now, we're going to be doing things way different than we do right now. So how do we do those things, right? So we've got to come to a way of compromise on that. And is it going to follow CDC guidelines directly? Maybe not if I had my druthers, but it would be something that people are doing elsewhere as well. So it won't be like it's out on an island by itself. Those are just things I'm suggesting. I think that's a 20th meeting. The 27th meeting we bring in healthcare experts. That's, I mean, you're asking for how a path forward. That's kind of how I would look at it. The questions that Dr. Miller's asking about, what do you feel about mitigation? That's a chart that can be sent out to all of us and say, okay, on a priority, where do you put transmission level? If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I would, again, add hospitalizations. Number 1 to 7, what's most important to you? And we can focus on those. But I think from a starting point here, what we say is, we want to look at a meeting on the 20th, because I think, Peter, that works for you better than the 24th and the 27th.
24th I value.
And I know
4 p.m. is on an ad hoc exception basis was fine, but this is a regular thing. It's got to be
no. These would be 6 a.m. meetings,
okay.
or 6 a.m.
6
p.m.
good,
meetings.
But, yeah.
I already have plans to travel on the 27th. This is what I have concerns. People have lives. And I feel like if I miss the 27th, my voice is missing. I'm really struggling with this.
Well, because you don't know what's going to happen.
I can't make
we just
plans.
don't know what's going to happen.
I
meeting
can't
to
make
meeting.
plans with my
Yeah.
family because I don't know when there's going to be board meetings.
So, again, do we want to have these board meetings? My vote would be yes, or these joint governance meetings. My vote would be yes. We need at least one, if not two. I would schedule the two. We need two between now and February 7th, my opinion. I just want to know, do we have buy-in for that? I understand where you are, Carla, on that, and I understand the commitment. But we are in a different place, and this is a different board, and there are different opinions. I think, and I'll just throw this out there, I think where we have been is we've said, okay, administration's going to make a recommendation, and then we will chew on that a bit, but we're gonna do that instead of, and I'm not saying it hasn't been collaborative, but it's a different collaboration now because there are different opinions, and that has to happen at a joint governance meeting. It's got to happen in the public. This is where we do the legislative work. That's what I'm saying. And without that piece, without that buy-in of, okay, and let's say we decide we're going to do quarantine different, right, wrong, or indifferent, but as a group, if the consensus is, hey, yeah, we're gonna structure this a little bit differently, then that's how we can plan around versus getting a plan that's the exact same. And from what I've heard, certain members saying, I don't necessarily agree with that, right? Again, that's the difference. The difference before was the majority of the board agreed in lockstep with what was recommended. Right now, that's not necessarily what's happening.
So, Greg,
There
I
wasn't
agree.
lockstep agreement in the past.
Anyone who knows me knows I don't mind civil discourse and healthy debate. So I'm not worried about that at all. The how of decisions matters, the recommendation matters, and ultimately the board makes a decision. I think there is some danger for this board to consider. To make health recommendations outside of accepted public guidance is not something to be just skipped over. You want me to say this. I mean, you should want me to say that it is worth pause if we're recommending action that doesn't align with any of the bodies. American Academy of Pediatrics, they recommend masking. They recommend wearing them appropriately, but they recommend masking. I'm not saying we have to do what the American Academy of Pediatrics says. What I am saying is they're a recognized body that comes to evidence-based recommendations. So we have a whole set of them that exist to varying degrees of credibility depending on who you are and what the viewpoints are. The question is, how are we going to do that? What risk does the board want to take in? Again, here's what I want. The cases are going up. And our families are telling us when their kids are positive. Same with staff. That's a good thing. Lord willing, 2 weeks from now, we're going to be at a peak. 4 weeks from now, we're on a sharp decline. If that happens, that would be awesome. Maybe it's 6 weeks. The bottom line is we don't know exactly the path of, that's the humility of this. We're all exhausted and tired. It goes across the board. This board, and it goes across Mike Pasquinelli, Kristen Justice, Michelle Schonbachler. I mean, it would be great if we didn't have to spend a time. It's worth pause if we say the agencies designed to provide public health recommendations are not going to be considered. That's all I'm saying. And if the position of the board is that doesn't matter so much, or we're going to take it with 12 grains of salt, which is also, it's better that we understand that, because then we can try to work in other ways to figure out what's going to be effective and when do we make decisions. You know, we want success. Success defined by in-person learning with the least amount of disruptions and healthy kids, right? And staff. In-person learning, not disrupted, healthy kids, healthy staff. That's good for parents at home. It's good for families. I mean, I think that's what we want.
I certainly don't disagree with that. But again, how we get there, and that's why I think a meeting on the, and I'm just throwing it back out there, I think we do a meeting on the 20th. I think we can discuss, is that appropriate at that time to have healthcare experts?
Right, and who's the we? Is it you and me? I mean, if the board, and again, I ask this not to be a pain in the butt. If the board elected you president, if the board's comfortable with us talking about this and coming to a recommendation, let's do it.
I would say it's you and me, or you, me, Mark, and Amy. And that would be, in my opinion, the preferred. That would give an overall scope of the board as well as administration. And you know, we need
that's
to pull
fine.
somebody else.
Whatever it is, though, we have to be able to operate with agility. What we're doing, so the challenge of this, and again, there's benefits and costs to decisions, right? We are not acting with agility. We are creating governance bureaucracy in order to get to a decision point. It's not that it can't be done, but it is not agile. So we have to figure, and again, if this is the group, that's great. Then we'll talk about that, and we'll figure out how we're going to get there.
I think that would be more productive than continuing the discussion here, but that's...
Yeah, I would like a little more feedback to the rest of the board on the, and I don't want to use the word experts. I mean, we saw some new faces. They were healthcare professionals. Those are two different terms.
All right.
So we're advertising the 20th at 6.
Yep.
Do we want to do public comment before, after, both?
I believe after, but...
Okay. And what about, well...
Originally, I said the 24th, but I know Peter has a conflict, but Dr. Meyer has a conflict on the 27th.
Do the 24th.
What about the 31st?
I'm good on the 31st if we feel like that's not too late, which I think it's okay. If we meet on the 20th and the 31st, I think that gives us enough time in between, gives us 11 days. I think that's a good cadence.
Okay, what I would suggest is we're going to have the need for an MOU conversation with PREA. We're not going to do that now. I just want to put it on the radar. So for those that were a part of that, that's going to be likely a part of what we're doing. I guess and again, this stuff matters, and I don't know where else to do this because we're not back together again officially. Well, now we will be the 20th, but otherwise until the 7th of February. So my professional recommendation is that if conditions, so transmission to me matters amongst all of the other elements that we talk about. If we're asking if we're making a shift on February 16th and the conditions are as described, I believe we should provide our families with the opportunity for those who want it to shift to a full virtual environment. If we were down into a level of transmission cases, et cetera, where that risk was much lower, I don't know that I would feel the same way, but we don't know what the risk is going to be. And I believe it's fair and appropriate that we provide an option. Again, that's the nature of the discussions with PREA. Does the board want to weigh in on that? Again, it matters. It matters to how we execute the next steps and we prepare for implementation. So the way I'll frame it is, if we remain in high transmission, which we will, I don't know to what level of high, but we will be in high. There's no doubt about that. So if we're in high transmission, we're still seeing a reasonable number of cases in the district, and we have mask optional on the 16th. Does the board support a virtual option for those families who want that at that time?
I think we have, I mean.
Yeah, you have to.
I mean, you know, we're here talking about giving parents choice for masking, and then I think it would be very hypocritical of us if we didn't give parents who don't feel comfortable a choice to place somewhere they feel their students are safe.
And what worries me is we might be right back where we were at the beginning of tonight with the staff. Because if the concerns, you know, what can happen to help the staff feel more comfortable in an environment where the transmission rate is high?
Yeah, that's certainly, that's a question, as well as a question about staff in general and approach. And that's, again, that's the next question. The first question, I think, is, do we agree that, or is there majority support that we should offer a virtual option if conditions remain high and families are making a decision on February 16th, I should say.
What's your question, Mark? There's one question. How much? How much? $500,000 to $1 million?
Well, that's not my only question.
That's right. So you guys are also going to vote on a tax increase this year. The time to solve your budget problems, and I can't even imagine what that's going to look like if we don't find a better way to work together, is not on June 15th.
So for us
it's on January 11th.
I understand it, but Dr. Miller's asking a specific question. I think we should.
I'm asking how much? How much money?
We know the number. We discussed it the other day.
I mean, we're big about transparency. This is I want to get it out there.
So the
$500,000 to $1 million. Is that? So before, I mean, if we're good on the numbers,
7 to 1.1 is the number.
700 to 1.1.
Yeah. So 500 to 1.1. That's, again, I think 1.1 is probably the worst case scenario. But the question is, do we want to offer virtual, right? So, Mr. Cassidy.
Well, I think we all know it's easier K through 6. I think the real question is, do we offer it 7 through 12? And that's something that we would have to discuss.
So I like that approach. Offer virtual K6. Yes or no?
Yes.
7-12. And again, just to start the discussion.
I mean, that's where are we at? I mean, that's the question.
Okay.
Depends on where we're at. If we're seeing this slope coming down drastically,
Even if in high transmission, as long as we're on the downward slope. Okay, that's an answer, and that's okay. Dr. Mihalik?
Well, I think we need to let parents weigh in regardless of grade.
Well,
So
we do have that, don't we, though? I mean, is what, are the
Maybe.
responses?
Yeah,
Maybe.
with the conditions changed, it'll probably need to be another
Maybe.
survey, but, okay, so yours is
Maybe.
based on parent weigh-in.
Yeah, well, staff too. I mean, actually, I think probably the biggest concern is with the staff is comfortable. What are the mitigation strategies that protect staff so that they're willing to be in person and do a good job?
Well,
That's-
this is specifically on virtual, though.
I understand, well, virtual is one option. So yes, I support virtual,
Often
K through
virtual.
6, and I think probably should be offered this full spectrum.
Ms. Hillman, just on virtual, K6, 712.
Sorry, yeah. I would support virtual. K through 6, yes.
Not 7 through 12.
No.
Can I weigh in on the educational question around that? Because nobody asked, I mean, again, so I don't understand how in the world, for health-related reasons, grade 7 could, if we're saying that the method of making it work is more challenging or complex, I get that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But from a health perspective, we're asking people to make decisions potentially for health and safety reasons. And I don't understand the basis by which we would not offer that to 5 years old through 22, which is the years that we have in our buildings this year. I just don't understand that.
Understand that. I'm just trying to get an answer to the question.
But you're getting an answer to a question I didn't ask. You know, I'm asking, I didn't ask, should we provide a virtual option for K to 6 because it can better fit within the PRVA Plus model? It's if health and safety, if health conditions remain in high transmission, and we're putting families in a position where they have to make a decision about what they feel. So does that mean that we're comfortable with putting a 7th through 12th grader going to a cyber charter school if they feel that they're not comfortable with the in-person environment? I mean, so again, that's all I'm saying.
I can't answer for the individuals, but what I will say, and I know Mark and I talked about this early on when we talked about the whole masking issue, was there was a difference between K6 and 712. So I'm just posing the question, you know, as I asked Mr. Cassidy on the first one, to him there was a difference between K6 and 712.
But I don't know why.
I'm just trying to get an answer to the question so that we can move forward to say, how do we look at offering this? I mean, there is, and I'm not saying that this is what to do, there's the option to just say, we don't offer it. But if we say, okay, that's one and done, but you know what, K6, 712, if you look at the feedback that came back, it said 80-some% of the people at K6 are going to send their children to school masked. There might be more concern there. And I'm not saying that this is the answer. I'm just trying to get an answer to your question without continually asking another question. That's all. If it's only K through 12 and that changes the answer, then that's fine. I'm just trying to get an answer to these questions so that we can move forward. That's all.
So the questions that we will receive, if we were to not, if we are going to, again, this is the hypothetical. If we're in high transmission, which we will be, it's just a matter of where, on February 16th. And we're asking people to make a decision. If we do not provide a virtual option, we will have some families that are trying to make a decision. We know where their heart is. Their heart is without a doubt in-person learning. But for some families, how many? I would say between 1 and probably 100, they'll be on the fence. If we do not offer an option, some of those 1 to 100 will come back, will remain in the in-person environment. And others will feel they have no choice, and they will pursue something outside of the school district. For me, that's a value question. That's what it is.
Understood, and with all due respect, I was simply trying to get an answer to the question that you posed. And
No, he didn't pose that. He posed virtual.
he said, do you want to offer virtual learning?
Yes, and the assumption with virtual, so here's my concern as an educator, is if you have parents and kids, first of all, like I said before, we're here because we've heard from people who believe in choice. I have a really hard time if we take away choice when we're supposedly about choice from parents to have a virtual option. That just does not sit well with me, and it to me, in my personal opinion, I think it puts a lot of parents in a really bad place. Yes, it's going to be expensive, but there's consequences for choices. If we choose to go max optional during a high transmission, we owe it to our parents and our taxpayers to give them a choice. These kids in high school, I forget what, 25 seniors? Are we going to tell them, well, sorry, you've been in Pine-Richland for the past 18 years, but because we're making a decision that makes you or your parents feel uncomfortable, and I'm guessing if it's high school seniors, it's the kids themselves. We don't value you as a Pine-Richland student to give you the choice. So we're going to make them go to a choice into cyber schools if they feel like their hands are forced. I know there's people on this board who, will say choice is good for people with cyber schools, but the data for cyber schools, the quality just isn't there. So essentially, we're going to be forcing our parents' hands to choose an option that doesn't provide the quality that a Pine-Richland School District education would. That, to me, does not sit well. I find it to be selfish. I find it to be short-sighted. And frankly, I find it to be hypocritical if we say we're for parent choice and then we're not going to give them options.
So again, the question is, I get that there's reasons. All I want to know is,
I support both.
yes, okay. And Peter, do you support both? And I understand there's plenty of reasons. I'm just trying to get through. Do we support both? We can give Dr. Miller at the end. Here it is. Do you support offering virtual at both in high transmission, regardless of where we are in the curve, if you will?
I don't. I simply can't. The expense, you guys are, it's a lot of money. And, the numbers I saw was it was a convenience choice in a lot of cases. I just don't think we can justify it.
Okay. Ms. Turchak, at K6, do you support?
K6 definitely. The secondary, I kind of hear what Peter's saying. A lot of those choices, some of them I wasn't sure if it was convenience or not. It's hypothetical right now, and like I said, I can't. That number 100 and a 10, whatever the number is, 100,000 isn't unrealistic to call that high. Like, we're never going to get back down there. But if I see we're on the way down and we're coming that way, I think that's kind of the metric I'd need to look at.
Mr. Kashani.
I think that we should offer it to everyone.
Okay.
I would have a concern over the cost, though.
All right. Ms. Versailles.
First off, I think we do have to have a conversation about transmission rate being the only measure with Omicron. I'm just throwing that out because we've talked about it a couple times, because there's a growing number of people who think that we should also be weighing hospitalizations as a measure of the severity in our community.
And I agree. That's
And I know it's a separate conversation, but it's been said a couple times, so I feel like it needs to be said. K through 6, I think I would probably support that. I'd probably have to think hard about middle school and high school kids because of the cost.
And I would, my preference would be no at all levels. I would deal with K6. So if I look at this, K6 is a definite yes. Again, regardless of what that thought is or feeling is, K6 is a definite yes. 712 is leaning, I believe, no, based on what most people said if we're on the downward trend, but it's split. So that's the answer. It's not a cut and dry. It is K6 is an absolute yes with the only hard no, only one hard no. 7 through 12 is a mixed bag with a leaning towards no. So again, that's an answer. It might not be perfect, but that's an answer. So, but again, I think that getting vetted at the 20th is, I think it would be pertinent to ask the question, if it were offered, would you take it in high transmission, which that one I think is already answered. I think the better bet is to say on the 1st, 2nd, 7th, and I don't know when that will be, to look at what's transmission doing as we're heading into that time frame and say, based on what cases are doing, again, because that may be the main concern of people, but cases meaning hospitalizations as well as conditions, I should say. If we ask parents that in 3 weeks, is their answer going to be different than it is today? That I can't answer. But what I can answer is if we did it based on the numbers that we just got, the leaning is for the board to say, yes, K6, maybe K, or 712.
If I could just real quick, I'm sorry to speak up for 7 to 12. I'm certain there are some with convenience, but I'm also 100% positive there's families that have some real medical concerns. We've spoken to them. They've shared the concerns medically that they have with their students in 7 through 12. So I can't see how we would even consider not offering a virtual option to the secondary students.
Understood. Just answering a question. But again, I think that vetting that at the 20th, that would be one of the key points that we discussed. But the question to me is, when do we send out a survey? That's the question I would ask. When do we send out a survey that says, based on the conditions or how they look at this time, on February 16th, are you going to go virtual or stay in person? Or is that question already answered based on where we are? I mean, that's the understanding, we need to have from those families. Because I don't know how they, what their thought was when they answered it. Many of them answered over Christmas. We were on our way up. So maybe the simple question is, if we are on our way down but still in high transmission, do you want virtual? And I think that's another factor that could weigh into a lot of people that said, maybe.
Would it be okay if I interject? I think our families are really survey fatigued, so I just want to put that out there.
Understood. So we've got to make a decision based on, the information that we have. And I think based on the information we have, K6 is an easy yes. 712 is we need to have more discussion on that. Is tonight the night that we debate and deliberate that out? I don't know. My opinion is no, we're still a month away now from that February 16th date. So
something for us to be thinking about collectively, and you can share any thoughts with me and Greg, or share it with board leadership, is if January 20th's meeting were to be effective, what would we hope to accomplish by the end of it? Are there central questions that we want to be able to focus on? And then when we have an understanding, we can sort of figure out the who and the how, we try to get to an outcome. Beating it around, we're going to lose a week and a half, then we're going to have the meeting. If we're not clear about what it is we want to accomplish, we'll spend a lot of time, we won't come to any clear outcome, then it'll be another week and we'll be cooking. I mean, this is just the way, it's not a criticism, it's the reality of life. So we got to be super clear about what we're doing. I would ask you that if you received a phone call from a 10th grade parent who said, We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're not, or we're at the tail end of a pandemic. We're not quite out of it yet. We're at the highest transmission levels we've seen other than the peak of the surge. You're forcing my hand to make a decision, and I'm not comfortable in the in-person environment yet. I think I will be soon. I'm not comfortable there yet. Don't answer it now, but on the 20th, we got to talk about it. How would you answer that? Those are the questions that we receive. Mr. Huswit, anything you'd like to add from a special education, gifted education, student services perspective?
Thank you. Yeah, as a lifelong special educator, the idea of not providing an appropriate educational option based on cost is not only foreign to me, but it's against the law. And there are students at the secondary level that have chosen this option that are in the special education program. And I would have serious concerns about our legal exposure by not providing that kind of an option, if that's what they choose and that's what's appropriate for them.
Thank you. Mr. Glickman, would you like to speak on behalf of the workforce?
I would say not specific to a disaggregating between K-6 and 7-12, but I do think, and I think it's a testament to the board flexibility and reconsideration today. In our district, our workforce, we expect a lot of them, and we push them pretty hard. And in this time, what we've also demonstrated, though, is that we support them and we've taken measures to protect them. And so I say that to say I think that today's step in pushing back for a month, potentially, an action that gave them great pause and concern and that we heard a lot of voices around, is a positive. I think that's 1 month and there's 22 months of this behind us. And so I think where my head is whether it's next month, 3 months, 4 months, at some point, like the decision today is going to last longer than a month in terms of our workforce's perception of us, and in terms of like other teachers outside of our organization that might one day want to work here. So just want to share those thoughts.
So again, from my perspective, I'm just trying to push this forward. Is there information that specifically admin needs tonight versus the 20th? Because I think the 20th, you know, in that question that you posed, and maybe we can come up with a series of questions to ask to the board. The question you posed, if January 20th were productive, what would the outcome look like to you? I think we asked that of all the board members and have them provide feedback. If we provide a list of questions, and we don't have to do that tonight, would that suffice, or do you need specific answers to questions tonight? Like the, do you support virtual K-6, 7, 12? Again, whether it's perfect or imperfect, it gives us a perspective of where the board is.
So again, I appreciate time, but I mean, we have to give this the time, because if we're not together as a body until the 20th. So if decisions are being made between now and the 20th, the question that someone could ask is, who, how, and when are those decisions being made? So the model of educational programming, that's going to be one of the discussion points. I would ask us to specifically look at how in the world we could not offer something to any family, or why we wouldn't do that. It's not going to be easy, but small numbers also mean the rippling effects among staff are less than larger numbers. So I mean, there's pros and cons to that we'll have to figure out. But again, there's a value proposition that we have to ask, and Noel said it about as well as I think, you know, we could say it. On the We've got MOU, so with that said, there will also be MOU discussions. To me, it feels like we have 111 families who responded to the last survey indicating full virtual, 30 who were there, and we think 81 additional ones. I'm not sure at this point that we have to go out to everybody and ask them to interact with the question, but I do think going to those 111 makes sense. And then generally saying, if there's anybody else out there, let us know, but otherwise we're going to assume, that you're focused on in-person learning. So I think we can narrow that and be much more effective with that. We're going to need to schedule an MOU meeting with the members of the board who are part of that. That means reaching out to the PREA and scheduling that so that we can figure that out. Again, I'm not certain there's value at this point in the healthcare, and I think you said is we're not going to put that on the next meeting, right?
That was a suggestion.
Okay.
Not a.
So again, I think if that's where we are, that I don't even disagree with that necessarily, because I'm not certain what additional perspective would matter in terms of the decision-making process at this point. Having some more dialogue here to narrow the scope of questions might be a more productive use, so that when we bring in the additional people, we've really clarified the questions that we're asking, and we can give those questions in advance. We can have them prepared to respond to those and figure out a way to cycle through that in an efficient kind of a way. So I think that makes sense. So 20th, we've said, I have that. The next one is the 27th, or excuse
we
me,
said the
31st.
31st. Yep.
31st. And then there'll probably be something that week of the 24th to 28th, I'm guessing, at some point for MOU conversations with PREA. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Greg, I want to share just one more comment with respect to the financing. And what I want to say about it is this. We have barely scratched the surface of priorities of the district when it comes to resources. Especially, actually, for you guys who joined the board, because I know there's things you want to get done. And you're going to find that most of them cost money. One that I would highlight here is school-based mental health supports. This has come up specifically around COVID, but I think it's an area where we're going to find lots of common agreement, but it existed before as well. Those solutions cost money. And when I think about how much bang for the buck in terms of improving the mental well-being of our students do we get for unmasking? Because the check is in the neighborhood of $1 million. I don't get a lot of mental health improvement for that $1 million. Versus masking, how many school counselors can I hire now? How much programming can I create? How many more supports can I institute? Again, not a decision, but that's the sort of thinking that I think is sometimes absent when we focus so exclusively on we got to get rid of the mask, and it's causing us to sort of write checks that we're not thinking about in terms of all the competing priorities that we have, and areas where we actually have, I think we're going to find a lot more common ground. So more on that later, I guess, Greg, right?
Yeah, I think that's like we get into the 20th on that. All right. At this point, we're going to move into item 3, consent agenda. And item 3.01 is a motion to approve the consent agenda for items 3.02 to 3.04 as listed.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
There is. Mr. Glickman, hold on. I have this in an email. But I'd like to make a motion to add the following items to this evening's consent agenda. I'm sending this to Mr. Glickman, Barb, and you, Greg. I can send it to the full board if it's helpful.
Does anyone want the whole board to have it, or are you guys good just listening to
I'll
it?
call it out verbally.
What do you say?
Okay. 4.01 through 4.04. 5.01 to 5.02. 6.02 to 6.03. 8.01 through 8.02. And 9.01. That's a motion to amend.
I will second the motion.
Dude, let's not move on until you feel good about that.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
We're going to look for discussion in a second. I just want everyone to look at those agenda items to make sure that they're comfortable.
So I have a motion to amend item 3.01 for the consent agenda to now include motions 4.01 through 4.04, 5.01 through 5.02, 6.02 through 6.03, 8.01 through 8.02, and 9.01. That motion was brought forward by Mr. Lyons and seconded by Mr. DiTullio.
Is there any discussions on these items? Okay. One thing I just want to point out on this from a discussion standpoint is item 8.02 is the temporary authorization and its motion for the superintendent and director of human resources to hire individuals to support student health services after January 10th to be formally approved by the board February 7th. This is not an uncommon thing. I just want to make sure that especially the new board members are comfortable with that, and it's in a consent agenda. Okay. So the motion to amend is first. That motion's been made and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. The motion to amend is now passed. So the motion before us, since it's already been seconded, the consent agenda. Okay. The motion before us is the consent agenda, which now includes item 3.02 to 3.04, now including also 4.01 to 4.04, 5.01 to 5.02, 6.01 to 6.03, 8.01 to 8.02, and 9.01.
6.02 to 6.03.
What did I say? I'm sorry, 6.02 to 6.03. 6.01 is pulled out. So that is the motion. Is there any discussion on that now? Okay, that motion's been made.
Do you need
and
a second? I don't.
It was seconded.
It was, okay.
Yeah, it was originally, the motion for consent was, I just want to make sure you're comfortable. The consent was approved, or seconded, then we went into the amendment, passed. Now we still have that second. I asked that question too, and I got a right-hand man for that. So if no further discussion, all those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Motion for the consent agenda passes. Finance, Mr. Kashani.
Item 4.05. Motion to approve a resolution pursuant to section 311D1, Special Session Act of 2006, certifying Pine-Richland School Board will not raise local taxes at a rate to exceed the school district's Act 1 index of 3.4% for the 2022-2023 general fund budget as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion that's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, just for everyone's awareness, this is not committing us to a tax increase. This is committing us to not going over the tax rate increase of 3.4%. Motion's been made and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Item 4.06. is an informational item about procurement attachment to policy 626, federal fiscal compliance. Dana, would you like to?
Sure. All this is just the annual update to the quote and bid limit, based on the state allocations that they send out every January.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion on that, we will move on to item 5, buildings and grounds. Dr. Mihalik.
Thanks, and
And
I
we will
believe
be
it's
starting with-
5.03.
Yes.
Yes, thanks. It's an information item about an ARP ESSER HVAC bid. Any information from the administration?
Is there any discussion on that? None? At 5.04.
Okay. 5.04 is an information item also about baseball, softball maintenance.
Thank you, Dr. Mihalik. Item 6 is academic achievement. Dr. Meyer, now starting 6.01, but skipping 602 and 603.
Motion 6.01 is a motion to approve the 2022-2023 high school program of studies and middle school program of studies as attached. Dr. Prescanelli, would you like to share some information?
Sure, and I'll be brief. We do have a presentation that we prepare annually for the board and community around our programs of studies, both for the middle school and high school. So this does kick off our scheduling season, which is, again, extremely important part of the experience for our students, and that leads into our staffing conversations that will happen in the spring. So I'll just, although there's 24 slides that we had prepared to share with you, a couple of the key slides I just want to highlight. If we can jump to slide 5. So this is an update for our students and community around Act 158. It provides students with some pathway options for proficiency on Keystone exams. Now, again, we're fortunate we work in a community and we work with students and families and staff. We're finding high levels of success on our Keystone exams. But this Act 158 does provide some additional pathway options. So our recommendation here is to work individually with students and families to determine the pathway that makes the most sense for each individual child. So that's outlined in our updated program of studies for our secondary students. And then one more slide, if you could jump to slide 13. Slide 13 captures There you go, right there. Thank you. It captures the essence of the program of studies and all the work that's put into it on an annual basis. Again, this is a significant amount of collaboration that goes on between our academic leadership council members, our department chairs, our administrators, our teachers, in preparing these resources for our students and families. It's about students making the best possible choices for themselves so they get into those classes that are most appropriate based upon their interest and pathways post high school. We have done a lot of different things over the years to improve the program of studies and make it family friendly, so you can have those conversations and make those good appropriate choices. There's data in this presentation that shows you the metrics of how that has improved over time. We're using things like the percentage of students that request schedule changes. When we see that number going way down, that tells us that we're getting students in the right courses and they're pleased and finding success. But we have integrated things around the portrait of a graduate. Obviously, skills and knowledge are key within a program of studies. It's robust, and there's a lot of choices for students to engage in, again, regardless of their interest or pass after high school. We've integrated health and wellness based upon in-depth program review. So we talk to kids about the courses they're selecting and the amount of time that they'll have to put into those courses, and they have to think about that in terms of health and wellness. And then we talk about things like personal qualities, characteristics, and a lot of opportunities for leadership and development, again, regardless of students' interests. So a ton of information. We will be providing a lot of supports, both in person and virtually, for our families and students over the next couple of weeks. This is the heavy lifting time, so we always tell our kids and our families, spend the time now and really asking questions, because once they have made their request and we verified those requests, then we work hard over the course of the spring to get the students into those courses, and then, like I said, that drives into our staffing. So I'll pause if there's any questions. Again, all of our administrators, they were here a couple hours ago to present. We did send them home because the kids will, be in school in a couple hours. We need our administrators there ready to go too. But any questions on the program of studies? Thank you.
Just want to add a recognition of Dr. Pasquinelli, but this is the ultimate example of a collaborative process. So department chairs, ALCs, department members, building-based principals, Dr. Pasquinelli, Mr. Huswood, et cetera, all a part of this. Nobody ever sees that. They generally see the outcome of that, but behind the scenes, the work that goes into this is collaborative, inclusive, and critical.
I would just also highly encourage those new board members who haven't been through this before to really take the time to look at this, because this is really important stuff, and I feel like it's getting shortchanged right now. So please take the time to look at it. So do we need to?
Did we get an official second?
I don't think we got an official second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Mihalik. We have a motion that's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Say yes. Yes. Opposed? Motion passes.
Item 6.04 is an information item. It is the 2021-2022 resource evaluations, and I will hand this off to Dr. P or Dr. Justice.
Yeah, I'll take it again. Okay. So an informational item, again, just for board and community awareness. Again, over, I guess, the last 7 years, we've allocated around $500,000 for resources to support our curriculum. And year after year, again, back to in-depth program review, we do our studies within our departments, and those studies lead to recommendations, and those resources are supported through that study. Same thing now with ELA. We're recommending the purchase of some new AP resources for AP English 11 and AP English 12. So just for community awareness, we're starting that evaluation process. That includes, again, academic leadership council members, administrators, general education teachers, special education teachers, gifted education teachers, and we go through multiple evaluations, and then eventually bring our top selections forward for our students and our community to review and provide feedback. And then finally, after that phase, we bring it to the board for board approval for a 30-day display. And then after that 30-day display, we ask the board for approval for purchase. So we're rolling that timeline out. Just wanted to make everybody aware that we are working through the evaluation for those two sets of resources, and make sure we'll keep you updated as we work through that.
Is there any discussion on item 6.04? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Item 7, Ms. Hillman, was in consent agenda. Mr. Cassidy, staff services 801 and 802 have now been moved to consent agenda. Ms. Versalis, section 9, has been moved to consent agenda as well. One thing I want to point out on staff services is we did approve some hires, and we did have some retirements, so, well, pending retirements, so just wanted to point that out. Moving to item 10.01, board business, and the first one is AIU Board of Directors nomination for information, and this is Mr. Peter Lyons, and Peter, I'll turn it over to you for some, I know you sent some information out to the board, but just wanted to give you a chance to.
I did. The AIU, what can I say? It's a very diverse place in terms of what it does for our region. It's very hard to capture in even one paragraph. I tried to summarize it, but it is part of a network of 29 intermediate units throughout the state. The board of directors of the AIU, like every intermediate unit, is composed of representatives from the member districts. In our case, there are 13 directors from around the 42 school districts in Allegheny County, ex-Pittsburgh Public Schools, that are represented in their catchment area. The programs are incredibly varied. There are over 130 programs, a budget of over $160 million. It's everything. It's running a family center under a grant from the county. It's working with the Pittsburgh Penguins Foundation to support getting technology into classrooms. Did you get your GED at the county jail? That was the AIU. Did you have your newborn tested for potential hearing loss? That was the AIU. Many of our teachers here in Pine-Richland touch the IU. We don't always see that. It may be to get a certification, it may be through specialized training, it may be through a referral, it may be through testing. The IU also runs, well, all of our internet bandwidth right now is going through a regional wide area network that's administrated by the AIU. So it is a very complex organization, and it's one that I've been really lucky to serve for the past 6 years. I have enjoyed what I've learned, which has been immense. I have enjoyed the opportunity to work with school directors from outside the North Hills. I meet a number of them from North Hills just in regular business here in Pine-Richland, but to meet school directors from throughout the region, understand their different needs, has been incredibly rewarding. By the same token, I think some of the things we've done in Pine-Richland well have benefited the IU. So our executive director evaluation system, sometimes it's simply just the mechanics, the cadence, the scheduling, how it's aligned with our strategic plan, is incredibly similar. Anyone would recognize it immediately as having Pine-Richland's thumbprint all over it. That's not a coincidence because of the influence here. And the existence of that strategic plan is due to sort of a lot of hard work to get that to come into being, to make it a priority of the organization. And it is now a living document, much like our own, where, and Greg, you know, I mean, having goals for each year, having people accountable to those, that's a shift. We're used to that here, and it seems the normal part of business. The AIU is at a different point in that process of owning that. And it's, of course, much more complicated because of the variety of programs and staffing. So that's just a little bit of what the IU is, why I enjoy it, and why I'd like to ask this board to nominate me again at the February voting meeting. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Peter. Is there any discussion, questions from any of the board members?
How's the election process work?
So
Who elects?
So each of you will have a vote. So once there's a slate of candidates, and there are 5+1 seats available, just the one's a one-year seat that happens. Those candidates, list of candidates is circulated to each of this year for the past 2 years via mail-in ballot. So you will all get something by mail. It can get confusing because even I have to remember this. This is not something where we vote for that slate as a board. Unlike, for instance, I think PSBA officers, the board gets to make a vote. It could go 5-4, but then that's one vote. In this case, each board member at every member district, so over 390 board members, each get to make their own individual choice about which candidates they would support for the AIU board. AIUs have the option under the school code to either conduct their elections in person at an annual convention or by mail. Most, the vast majority, conduct it by mail and have for a long time. The AIU has conducted it at an in-person convention, but for the past 2 years, that's just been difficult to plan, and we've decided to not knowing what's ahead of time to go by mail. What we've seen is increased participation, not surprisingly, right? Because it's not always easy to get people to go downtown or to the IU itself, and spend another evening in order to cast their vote. So what we know is this year it will be by mail again. I personally have been an advocate of that, and I do list that there because I think it really does improve access and buy-in to the IU for the member districts, frankly.
Any additional discussions? Okay. We'll move to item 10.02. This is a discussion item about the recording of joint governance meetings and just discussing the possibility of recording and archiving the joint governance meetings much as we do the regular and combined meetings. So I'll open it up to the board for discussion.
I think transparency is key, so yes, record them all. I haven't heard a whole lot of debate among the board tonight that I think lifts up a whole lot, but okay, so that can get captured on tape too.
So I would move that we move this to a voting item at the February 7th meeting. Just looking for consensus among the board. Are we comfortable with that? Do we need to have more discussion on that?
No, I think it's a good idea. I think, yeah, in agreement.
Okay, so I think that'll be moved to a voting item at the February 7th meeting. Okay, as a reminder, these next two that I read, I'm just going to remind everyone, these are the tabled items. So 10.03 and 10.04 are both tabled. If I read, once I read them, if there's no discussion, if there's no motion to take them from the table, we simply move to the next item. That removes it from the table, not for discussion tonight. It can then be re-brought up at a future meeting. If we vote to take it off the table, then it becomes the motion just like it was originally. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. If I read them, then there's no motion to remove from table. It effectively is removed, but not at this meeting, at a later meeting. It can be brought up whenever. Okay? Did I miss anything procedurally on that, Don? No, I think you pretty much got it. Okay. So item 10.03 is the creation of a healthcare policy committee of the board to advise public health and safety policies of the school district. It is a tabled item. If there is no motion on that, we are going to move to item 10.04, which was the third and final reading of policy 832, equity. It's a table item, educational equity, sorry. It's a tabled item. Is there any discussion or motion on this? Seeing none, we will move to item 10.05. That is an information item, and it is for board discussion, the approach to batch policy reviews, including section 800, which is operations, section 900, which is community, and section 100, which is programs. I saw you move up. Did you want to weigh in, Dr. Miller, on this? Or okay. On this, so it's up to us. What has typically happened, excuse me, what has typically happened is the administration has gone through the batches. This is each one of these, if I'm not mistaken, and I'd have to go look directly, but I believe each one of these this is their second round, so they've been within the last 5 years. Administration typically would go through, if there's any updates, they would redline those. We would then discuss, a lot of times at a joint governance, if it's in depth. If it's not in depth, it would be a board meeting, they would all come up for discussion. Here's what was original, here's the red line showing the changes, here's the clean, if you will. Typically, administration does that. So part of the question that Dr. Miller and I discussed is, does the board, in particular with 4 new board members, do we want to go through the process of in detail where we parse it apart, or are we comfortable with the current where the administration goes through, does their recommendations on red line, and then we weigh in on that, and if there's differences in that, again.
Yeah, I guess the first foundational thing, though, is it's not us, it's the PSBA. We participate in the PSBA policy manual review. So when there are legal updates that have an impact on policies, the driver for potential changes to a policy come from them, not from me, not from the senior leadership team. So I just want to be super clear about that. Again, legal citations you see in policies, those are the little, subscripts. Different policies have different numbers of them. Some of them include reference to other policies. So there's all sorts of stuff there. Barb actually does the first blush on making all that happen. Then, again, I anticipate this cycle through to be cleaner and easier because we made so many changes the last time. So this should be relatively straightforward. But the question is, there was a time, so I'll say this. I don't know of another public school district in Pennsylvania who establishes a benchmark for the review, updating, and reapproval of policy. There may be one. I don't know who they are in terms of a cycle. I think this strategically is an initiative that the board has selected that is outlined in our strategic plan. That matters, because the strategic plan should outlast and outlive any of us, because it reflects not the thinking of one person, but the thinking of the 400 plus who participated in that work. So when we look at 800s for 800 section, for example, operations, and some of they're a little eclectic in terms of the titles that fit within some of these categories. There was a time in Pine-Richland history when staff services would be the place where there would be a committee meeting to review some of those policies, usually one-off, and then bring them forward. The question I think you're asking is, what do we want to do now? If I were to back map it, the goal would be to have these 3 batches having been reviewed, proofed, edited, whatever, brought forward at least once for information, then brought forward for 3 consecutive approvals. We've typically on batch policy reviews done those in consecutive meetings, but again, that's a question for the board in terms of the cadence. But again, we're talking months. So back mapping it from June, 3rd read in June, 2nd read in May, 1st read end of April-ish, information only early April, which means February, March is the work time.
So the question to the board is, are we comfortable with those first passes, if you will, getting the red line that, again, and thank you for the clarification, Dr. Miller, that the recommendations come from PSBA, but the administration goes through and kind of does those changes, marks those red lines. Do we want to get, does anyone on the board want to get into these more, break one out, et cetera, et cetera? Sometimes what we'll find, and I'd have to go through all these, it may be one policy within that gets a lot of discussion, especially if there's a lot of proposed changes. But again, it's the comfort level of the board in general. My thought would be that we allow the process to continue as is. The administration did a ton of work to get us to this point where we're on a second round of 5-year or less, if you will, on these. So a lot of the lion's share of the work's already been done. This is just going to be updating, if you will. I think, what did we have, 2003 policies that we were updating last time? 10, 11 years old? 94. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, so older than most of our children, let's put it that way. So I think this time's going to be a lot easier. I'm looking for general consent. Are we comfortable with that approach?
I really appreciate the effort that the administration makes to go through these and that invites our input to review them and make further comments. Thank you for the work that you do.
Yeah, no worries. Again, it does all of us good. Policies tie in many different ways to operations. One of the other questions that's been asked is when, where, and how do administrative regulations become identified? So I think one of the things we could do with the 800s, my suggestion would be, it's a great opportunity for us to look at them not only through the policy lens, but also through implementation and whether ARs are needed, which ones have ARs, why not. It'll be a good learning opportunity, I think, for all of us to walk through the 800. I don't know that we have to do it that way for all of them, but we can at least do it for one of the first batches.
Would you recommend, Dr. Miller, that, again, looking at that early April time for information, that we do a joint governance before, and I'd have to look at the schedule if it's, if we have 2 meetings in April or not, but would you want to do a joint governance meeting and then at the regular meeting have the official information, if you will, or would you just want to do it all at the regular meeting based on what you just described with the AR? Because I do think that's valuable. It's just, do we need a joint committee meeting to kind of dive into that level, even if it's just one, say the 800s that we look at?
Again, that's up to the board. I mean, my answer would be it depends on the substantive nature of the changes. If the changes are almost non-existent or minor, then we have no need to schedule another meeting. If most changes are minor, but there's one policy that maybe could be pulled from the batch and receive different attention, I'd rather do it that way. So again, I think we'll tackle the 800s based on what I'm hearing. Let's see what we see, and then determine a game plan as soon as we do that.
I'm in favor of that.
And I'm just going to say, like, for those who are new, I'm sorry, Lisa, I know you're going to say something. I've really valued looking at the original and then looking at the red line and kind of doing a comparison.
Yeah.
So
That's
works really well.
Key, yeah. All right. I think that's the plan. So we'll wait for your feedback on that. Okay. Item 10.06 is a just public information discussion item. The leadership councils, and I'll just name them. So the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council has the members of Mr. Kashani, Mrs. Hillman, Mr. Lyons, and Dr. Meyer. The Healthcare Leadership Council is Ms. Prasalis, Ms. Hillman, Mr. Lyons, and Dr. Mihalik. The Sustainability Leadership Council has Mr. Cassidy and Dr. Mihalik. The Technology Leadership Council has Ms. Turchek and Ms. Prasalis. And the Transforming the Future has Ms. Turchek, Mr. Kashani, Mr. Cassidy, and Dr. Meyer. Any questions or discussion on that? Thank you. Item 10.07, for review and reminder of joint governance meetings. We held our joint governance meeting on healthcare leadership on January 3rd, 2022, to discuss the model that we were at, and then we had a joint governance meeting on the 10th, which obviously gave us the model that was approved today. Additional joint governance meetings are listed below. February 7th, before our regular meeting, we're looking at a Transforming the Future joint governance meeting. At the March 21st, 2022, we're looking at a sustainability meeting, and at the April 4th, 2022, we're looking at a diversity, equity, and inclusion meeting. Also looking at, excuse me, now the healthcare leadership, or the, I guess you would say the academic structure meetings on January 20th and January 31st. Item 10.08 is an informational item looking for to schedule a board workshop, and we're looking at trying to do that on February 24th, 2022 at 5:30 to 7:30. So I'd like everybody to look at their calendars, and Dr. Miller, if for the edification of the new members, if you'd like to talk about workshop. And okay. So with the board workshop, it is a meeting that's not a public meeting. It's us not doing governance, but us talking about things like how we're structured, talking board goals, things like that. Basically strategizing sessions and also getting to work with the various board members in different, in a different environment, if you will. Breakout sessions, breakout teams. So team building is part of that as well. Does February 24th work for everyone? I'm getting a nod.
Good here.
All right. Item 11.01 is reports, and just looking for if there's reports from board members and or administration. Dr. Miller? Nope.
I promise this is.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Quick, but we got to talk about it because it's so special. Our middle school was redesignated as schools to watch for the 5th time. There's only 36 middle schools in the state of Pennsylvania that have been designated as schools to watch, and there are only 2 that have been designated for 5 times. So it's something to really be proud of as a community. Every 3 years, you're redesignated based upon the goals that have been set and achievement of those goals and stretch goals. So again, just want to acknowledge the work from the middle school staff and just the community in general.
Thank you, Dr. Passwell. If there's no further reports, we will move into our second recognition of visitors. And Mr. Glickman, do we have virtual and or in person?
I'm checking with Mr. Sobner to see if we have anybody online right now. We have a number of individuals who signed up to speak in person. My belief is that most of them have left, and so I would sort of open.
Yeah.
So we have 11 approximately 11 persons who had signed up to have the board call them. I suppose we start where we left off with Ms. Nicole Perot.
Yeah, Mr. Stobner, we're going to start, if it's all right, we're going to start with the in-person individuals. And Mr. Glickman, if you can go through the list, call it the names, and whoever's still here would be the ones that we have.
This is Mr. Barber here, so I think he's on, and if you want to cross-reference the list.
Yeah, yeah. If we can't go in order, if you want to call it the names.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to call in order. There were some who were signed up for before the meeting who didn't have a chance based on our time limit, so I'll start with that. The first name is Ellen Seagraves. The next appears to be Rob Brown. The next would be Meredith Mestry.
I believe Miss Mestry is
coming.
I don't know if I got the pronunciation right, but.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for everything you do and for spending all these long hours for this community. They need you. We all need you. Appreciate all the work that everyone's done to get here tonight. I am concerned about a few things and just wanted to be truly honest about this. Making the abrupt change with changing a policy to start tonight, I've been getting texts from different people. There's some special needs kids that just aren't going to understand tomorrow what that means for them at their activities tomorrow at school, after school. There's another game, it's a bocce game going on Friday, same thing. Just the concept of communication and transparency, I understand the urgency to move forward and I appreciate that, but I think you guys talk about stakeholders and all that, let's just talk, we're people. We're not all the same, we all have different things going on, not everyone can be here all night. I just think we have to take a step back and realize 48 hours for decisions like that. And for, Rachel to go home and have to work on an email now tonight to the whole community, and then the emails that were coming, the confusion over what just happened. What just happened tonight? Did the vote go through? Did it not go through? Did they agree? Did they not agree? So just, I know there's procedure, and I know you have to follow the procedure, but at the same time, there's just average community members that just need to understand that you hear them, and then doing that kind of stuff is kind of confusing. I don't want to point blame at anyone, but just kind of as a whole feedback today, you heard the feedback today. So everyone has their own reasons, and moving forward, a specific concern I have, it has to do with, I have athletes in my family as well, and I get it, and we've made it through. We've had a lot of games, indoor, outdoor, all of that, and we take precautions. It's the busing part of it that's a little bit confusing. I understand there's a federal guidelines with our school buses. I get it. Not every child, there were children that walked in here tonight, Pine-Richland students, they know they're at school, they didn't wear masks tonight. I feel like we're putting our bus drivers in a weird situation starting tomorrow. So I don't understand how we're communicating that. So I get the concept of trying to make it work, and we have masks, the bus to bus. I get it. I have Girl Scouts, I believe, is Wednesday night with Miss Brissette. We have our girls are in the same Girl Scout troop. So Girl Scouts does do masking, but Pine-Richland doesn't do masking after hours. Who's communicating that to the other people that use this building? So there's just a lot of stuff, and I feel as we're better than this. Pine-Richland is better than this. I've seen excellence. I've been here for 4 years, and this is just confusing, and you got to work it out. And no one wants to be here. I've been here since 4:30. No one wants to be here this long. And I'd like to say, something I'd really like to say, I have a deep connect. I'll wrap up right now. But there was an in-depth program review that was supposed to happen of languages. I'm a passionate bilingual human being. I speak Spanish, and I've studied it, and I'm passionate about it. I don't understand why we're not teaching Spanish sooner to our children. And I just feel that we need to move forward from this and be more efficient and get to the things that can actually really impact my children while they're still here at this school, and not just keep tabling and moving forward and moving forward. And this kind of stuff, you guys just get more efficient at it somehow. And I know there's passion up there, but let's do stuff that actually our kids, while we're here, will feel the impact from. So that's from the heart. I really wish you all the best. I know you're all parents and you're all passionate. You wouldn't be here, but let's just move forward.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Mr. Glickman.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp? Mr. Tambori? Ms. Pearson?
Let me ask this general question. Is anyone in the audience beside yourself, and I'm sorry, I forget your name. I'm not sure if I know your name. But is there anyone else beside you that wants to speak? Okay. So I'll let the gentleman up front go first, and then okay. Thank you.
How many people, though, are not going to speak because we're here at midnight tonight? How many people are on that list?
I could speak to 5 individuals who are on the list whose names I just called and were not here, plus I'm not sure, uncertain in terms of online.
Thank you.
Good.
Mike Barber again, Richland Road. I just want to talk about, I will be one of the families pulling my kids out to do virtual to protect my son, Ms. Brusalis. I am your son's homeroom parent. So now you will have to replace a homeroom parent for Ms. Hoffman. So no parties. My daughter and my son will not get that opportunity, which we're fine with, but you guys will have to replace that. Your son will no longer have those parties. Ask him about it. I know he had fun. Your son is amazing, by the way. But going virtual for my family, it's going to downgrade my son's education. I have to replace Ms. Hoffman. Here's Ms. Hoffman. I'm way down here compared to her. I've had her for virtual for my son. Miss Spence, she is amazing. I'm way down here compared to her. And now I'm in the position to try and fill that gap. You are putting me in that position, and I am far from qualified. So my children are now going to suffer and fall behind as a result of this decision to go maskless, to go optional with masks. So I just want you to know that there are other factors that are coming in besides the money, besides all this. My children's education is now directly suffering because of this decision. Because thankfully we're in a good position and I can be there when he needs help and I can help him throughout the day. But I am a far cry from a certified teacher. There is no way that I'm going to offer the same help, the same guidance, and be able to give him what he needs in order to achieve and fulfill his education. I am so happy with what Miss Spence, she is amazing. Miss Hoffman, Miss Howman last year were amazing. And the difference between when I was helping and they were helping is immense. And now my children will suffer because of it. I will too, because I'm going to be frustrated. I'm not going to know what to do when they come at me with help right now. I'm kind of there to help them, but I am nothing. And no parent can fill in for Miss Spence and Miss Hoffman. So I beg you to keep that in mind. And I hope you guys know how, I hope you will help Miss Hoffman fill in a classroom parent, because she didn't have a classroom parent at the beginning of the year, and somebody seeked me out to ask me if I would fulfill that role, and I did. I loved it. I love partying with your kid. I love those kindergartners. I love seeing their faces. But the mask, I can't tell you how many kids were this close, not your son, but this close, sneezing, coughing in my face. Thank God they had a mask on, or else I would have had spit all in my face. Thank you, I got you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, my name's Chris Reddy. I live in Avonlea Court. In November, I spoke about a recommendation to change some of our communication. It seems petty to bring that up right now after watching what was a very challenging board meeting. But nonetheless, the recommendation that I made, I believe, will save parents of the district 100 hours a year. That's not every parent, collectively 100 hours. And indirectly, in response to my comments in that board meeting, Dr. Miller spoke praises of our communications director, and reflecting on my comments at that meeting, I recognize that that was a very classy move and that maybe my comments were misunderstood. I believe that we have an excellent communications program. I believe that we've been here for 8 years, we've been kept informed. There are a couple notable examples that communication could have been better, but I don't believe that was a direct result of our director. I believe this person is exemplary. My recommendation is simply to save time. It's not a bad to good. My recommendation is a good to great. I think that we should consider my recommendation, which is to either eliminate the announcement of the name and the position at the beginning of those messages, or move that to the end such that parents get the important information early. We all go through a little bit of anxiety when that phone rings. Oh geez, is the bus delayed? Is it a 2-hour delay? Is it this, is it that? God forbid it's something about health. Let's get that information to the parents right away. That's all I have to say about that. Other candid comments. What did we achieve by removing the mask mandate for after school tonight? What did we gain? I don't believe anything. And chaos is not a great way to run a board. We've got a long way to go. And I'm not sure how many midnight meetings your administration team is going to want to attend. So I would just encourage you to be thoughtful and planful about the changes you implement, such that we are not hit with that type of chaotic change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Glickman and or Mr. Stobner online.
We are continuing with the online callers. So Nicole Peroro, Mr. Stobener is queuing her up.
(4198) is not available.
Okay, going to our next caller is Kim Hagmeyer. The next caller is Laverne Hayes Brown.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Hayes Brown, you're on with the board.
Hi, thank you so much. So first of all, I want to thank you to the board. This was a marathon tonight, just trying to pay attention to everything. Echo the sentiment of the last in-person speaker, saying you guys need to get a lot more intentional and planful. Like, I feel like this was so chaotic, it seemed like it was a slow-moving train wreck that I don't ever want to have to repeat. And this is my second time watching this board go through this process, where it seems as if, and I appreciate that more than half of you are new, but it seems like you're learning on the stage, and I don't think that's a good place to be having all the conversations that you're having. It just seems very chaotic and dysfunctional. So I implore you guys, I hope the February 24th workshop would help advance your work and get you guys working together in a more in a cohesive way with good conversation and just more progressive. So that out of the way, my plan tonight was to talk about the math optional. I appreciate you guys delaying the math optional plan. My preference would be to keep masking in place as long as there's risk in the community for our kids. I have a third grader. I'm sorry, I should identify myself at the beginning. I live in Richland, Pine-Richland, in Gibsonia specifically, and I have a third grader. So I would like my child to be able to do in-person schooling for the rest of the school year. I recall that for new board members campaign on keeping schools open for all classes 5 days a week. That's what I want for my child, and I'm sure many parents want the same, but we want our kids to be in a safe environment. So if you're going to be removing masking, it needs to be because there is very little risk of them contracting COVID in the school environment, or there are mitigation strategies to prevent that from happening. And so I think more thought needs to happen. I mean, some of the discussion that was had today seems, again, very premature because this is a fluid situation. We know COVID is fluid. We're learning on the go. I also would like to say respectfully that some of the experts that you guys brought today, it's offensive. You would call these individuals who came onto the stage or in the room talking about their feelings and their disbelief of published data as experts. I mean, anesthesiologists, internists, and family physicians, they're healthcare professionals. They're not public health experts. And so to tell me that these are the experts in quotes that you want to use to make a decision about my child's healthcare situation in school is offensive. If you want to bring dissenting voices or different voices, then bring public health experts that are different.
If you could please finish up your comments, ma'am.
So that's all I really wanted to say. I want to ask you guys to try to do a better job of working together, and if you're going to be bringing different dissenting voices or alternative voices for these healthcare needs, please ensure that they're not healthcare professionals that have a personal agenda. Let them be true experts in the field. So thank you.
Thank you.
The
Next
next caller is Philip Wojcik.
Nine, 7, 3, 5, 8.
The next speaker is Dan Tobin.
Please leave a message.
Up next is Dr. Maya Golden-Perschbacher. Hello? Dr. Golden-Perschbacher?
Yeah, speaking.
Hi, you were on with the board? Are you still there?
Yes, I am. I wasn't expecting a call this late.
Understood. We are here, so we wanted to give you a call. Do you still wish to speak to the board?
Thank you so much. So I wanted to say that I appreciate you guys being willing to adapt your mask policy to current changes in conditions and the number of kids as well as adults currently affected by COVID. We are seeing amazing numbers of kids testing positive, and I appreciate the board's ability to adapt to current changes in light of the high level of current cases. Adapting your masking policy will certainly allow kids to stay in school for longer and be able to have in-person learning, which we know is absolutely important. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alyssa Tack.
Call, please leave your name, number, and a message, and I'll return your call.
Up next is Adrian Gregorowitz.
Seven, 2.
We'll now connect with Karen Eastburn.
Officer Karen Eastburn with Regeneron. Please leave your name.
Ms. Ravati is next. Hello, Ms. Ravati.
Hello? Yeah.
Hi, you're on with the Pine-Richland School Board.
Thank you.
I'm fatigued, as fatigued as everybody else, but I feel compelled to say a few things. And in a 3-minute time span, I don't really have time to adequately address any single one issue, particularly the legal issues that I continue to try to bring attention to the
attention of the board, and for which I'm getting no response. But let me say that the last 3 meetings have sort of been an abomination of corporate governance and board governance. This is now almost another 6-hour meeting, and I think the blame is to lay a little bit at everybody's feet. When the new board members were sworn in, I think everybody expected a little bit of a growing learning curve, effective procedure. Now they're saying not quite so much as it evidenced itself on December 13th. So that was a little disappointing. But they weren't elected for their corporate governance and corporate America experience. They were elected on specific platform objectives, which at this point, I'm sorry to say, they have utterly failed to fulfill. At the same time, Dr. Miller, Mr. Lyons, from the other directors, absolutely resisted any suggestion for change every step of the way and turned what should have been an approved motion on December 13th, into another debate on January 3rd and now another one tonight. Procedurally, I'm not even sure what was decided tonight. You still have a motion that was approved, never amended, in full on December 13th. I didn't see anyone. Now we're talking about adopting a health plan that's been amended. I'd really like Don Palmer to weigh in on this because I don't understand from a corporate governance standpoint how a non-board committee all of a sudden is making a recommendation to the board about a plan. I know I'm going to run out of time, but we got to do way better than this. And I'm really tired of certain directors insisting on peer-reviewed studies and whatnot from certain directors, but allowing others to get away with statements like it seems like the anxiety level has escalated since we've talked about demasking. It's just inconsistent. It's not helpful. It's not helpful for directors to Google case studies while they're at a meeting. Frankly, given all this responsibility to the Health Leadership Council, I don't hear anything from any of you about risk management, about medical studies, about the difference between medical doctors and experts. It's just not appropriate. And I'm going to stop because I'm angry, I'm frustrated. I'm done with trying to communicate to this board. I'm sorry, it's got to be a little, I'm going to have to take the steps I feel necessary to take.
If you could wrap up your comments.
Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Ravati.
And the final speaker is Todd Tack.
Please leave your name, number, and a message in our